Good morning, Representative Emery Donahue, Jr.
Early 30s. They just had their first son.
Good morning. Welcome to the 2022 joint committee meetings for appropriation hearings. Thank you all for being here. It's good to see you in person again. I know that many of us have longed for these personal contacts that we've lacked over the past few years. And we still are praying for those who are sick as well. At this point in time, I would like to call on the Dean of the House, Representative Smyrie, if he wouldn't mind leading us in our invocation.
Good morning. Shall we pray? Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for your many blessings. We ask that you watch over us and keep us in your grace. Dear Heavenly Father, I want to say to you, we appreciate your grace and your mercy. We know who we are, and we appreciate the strength and the faith that you've given us. Now that we ask that you watch over our deliberation, keep us in your hands, keep us in your coming in and our going out. In your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Representative Smyrie. I let Representative Smyrie know earlier that I'd used all the power I have in Washington to make sure that his confirmation is delayed for a few more years. Luckily for him, I don't have a whole lot of power in Washington. So, but Representative Smyrie, it's good to see you and thank you for being here. Thank you all for joining us. As you know, we will go through this process. We'll have various committees or committee department heads that'll come before us and present and go over their budget recommendations as outlaid in the governor's budget report for FY22 and the FY23 budget. The agenda has already been posted. You guys know the formalities, you know where the restrooms are, you know where everything else is. We appreciate you, Chairman England, and the House for hosting us in this year appropriations conference room. We will break today for lunch, and we may have a little agenda shift later on, and we'll let you know about that as we get a little bit closer to it. Again, thank you for being here, and we look forward to going through these hearings together with you.
Thank you, Chairman Taylor. Good morning. Good to see everyone. The pro tem of the Senate had asked me, were masks required in here, and he took his off, and I asked him to put it back on. But that's for obvious reasons. It was, yeah, it was covering up quite a bit, and we liked that better. But anyway, good morning, everybody. Glad to have you here. Thank you to Martha and our staff in the House Budget Office for getting everything lined up, and Melody and the Senate Budget Office team for helping us with it as well. Welcome to everyone that's online. We've got quite a few folks online that are participating via Zoom. And what we'll do there, just to give you an idea, is we learned things from previous trial and error. And one of the things that we learned last year was that it was quite problematic trying to switch back and forth to go live with those on Facebook. So what we'll do, those of you that are on Facebook, committee members that are on Facebook, on Zoom, use the chat feature if you have a question that you wish to ask, and we will ask that for you from the podium up here. It just makes it a little bit easier, a little less complicated on the lag time that we have from switching folks to off of mute, back on and back off and all that sort of stuff. And with that said, I'd also ask that if you are participating via Zoom, that you please keep your microphone muted so we don't get the feedback back here in the chamber. At this point, we will stand at ease for just a few minutes. We do expect the governor here shortly. So if everyone would please just keep your seats, and as soon as the doorkeeper alerts us, we will welcome the governor in the chamber, and we will kick off our hearings this morning. So thank you for being here.
Mr. Doorkeeper, do you have an announcement? Mr. Doorkeeper, please escort the governor to the podium. Good morning, Governor. The mic's yours.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Hope everyone survived the winter storm that we had over the last few days. Just starting, I'd like to just thank the team from the state and really a lot of county local governments worked very hard over the weekend. GEMA, State Patrol, DNR, cut teams. We had National Guard folks out there working with county EMAs. And I know in some parts of the state, we had a good bit of loss of power, but thankfully, I think we fared fairly well. So we just appreciate everybody's hard work over a long weekend and maybe looking forward to doing that again this coming weekend. Also, just want to offer condolences to the England family and Cindy. Certainly have you guys in our thoughts and prayers. I'll apologize for my fairly lengthy remarks as someone that has sat in the seats that you're in right now, but we got a lot of good things to talk about this year and a lot of good things that we look forward to working with you all on for the amended 22 and FY23 budgets. And I know that our agency heads are looking forward to discussions and answering questions from you all on my recommendations in the coming weeks. And I hope that you will let us know, OPB included, if there's any further follow-up that we can help you with. We look forward to doing like we've done the last couple of years, having very successful budgets and working together. And, you know, when you look back over the last 2 years, we've all had to make some very tough but necessary decisions to ensure this great state could withstand whatever we might face. And we've hunkered down. And as you can tell, we've emerged stronger because of it. And I appreciate y'all's work and support of those efforts. But despite the uncertainty of the last 2 years, I've never been more optimistic about our state. And I tell people that every single day. Over the last month, I've had the privilege to announce both Georgia's single largest economic development investment ever and the lowest unemployment rate in the history of our state, an unheard of 2.8%. Today, we also have more Georgians employed than we've seen in decades. And our commitment to protecting both lives and livelihoods of hardworking Georgians and keeping the doors to our economy open has without a doubt kept us the #1 state in the country for business. And as many of you who were here in the spring of 2020 will recall, we made significant reductions in state spending in the FY 2021 budget to hedge against any potential economic downturn associated with the pandemic. But because we kept our economy open and supported our small businesses through these difficult times, we saw record surpluses as we closed the books on FY 2021 this past July. I would kindly ask you not to give Dr. Dorfman and Director Farr too hard a time for only being off $4 billion on their revenue estimate last year when they speak to you next. But we have the philosophy it's always better to under-promise and over-deliver. I firmly believe that when government takes in more than it needs, it's our responsibility to the taxpayers to return those funds to them because it's their money, not the government's. And these funds will do more in the good of the pockets of our citizens than in the coffers of our state, especially when we're dealing with an inflation rate that's at a 39-year high. Therefore, my amended FY 2022 budget authorizes the Department of Revenue to provide $1.6 billion in refunds this year to every taxpayer in Georgia from this one-time surplus. And under this plan, as taxpayers file their 2021 tax returns, they'll get back some of their hard-earned dollars. from $250 for a single filer up to $500 for joint filers. We're also now able to fully restore those funds that were reduced in FY 2021, reinvesting those dollars in critical areas. No investment pays off as highly as investing in education for Georgia's children. Success in the classroom begins with the teacher, which is why we must retain our highest quality educators while continuing to attract the best and brightest to the profession. When I took office, I pledged to raise teacher salaries by $5,000. And while we were able to make a $3,000 down payment on that promise, this budget will fully fulfill my pledge with an additional $2,000 increase in teacher pay beginning right now in this current budget. Between the FY 22 and 23 budgets before you, we will invest $643 million directly in our pre-K and K through 12 educators. And in keeping our promise to both of our educators and our students, we must stand by our obligations to fully fund the QBE formula, ensuring that our school system and teachers have what they need to be effective in the classroom. Therefore, both budgets before you eliminate the $388 million funding reduction made at the start of the pandemic and fully funds the quality basic education formula. Collectively, the 22 and 23 budgets will provide an additional $1.4 billion in direct funding in K through 12 schools, investing more per K through 12 student than ever before. But we know that today's job market requires specialized skills for long-term growth. Georgia's success in attracting fintech, advanced manufacturing, and other new economy employers, as well as our growing need for truckers, healthcare worker, law enforcement, agriculture, and other hardworking professions that impact every aspect of our economy, means we need to improve access to quality post-secondary educational opportunities. The best way to improve access is to keep post-secondary education affordable. To that end, the FY 2023 budget will fully restore the austerity reductions made in higher education, reinvesting more than $271 million in those systems. The good news is this will allow the University System of Georgia to remove the special institution fee imposed on students and their families since the Great Recession, and will allow the Technical College System of Georgia to expand critical programs in healthcare, manufacturing, and commercial truck driving to better meet the needs of our economy without having to increase tuition on our students. My office has also asked Commissioner Dozier of the Technical College System to add law enforcement and criminal justice degrees to our high demand career initiatives, which will provide free tuition to over 1,000 Georgians looking to obtain those degrees at our technical colleges. Additionally, I've heard from many of you, as well as from parents and Hope scholars, which includes Marty and myself, about your concerns that as tuition has increased at some of our higher education institutions, the amount covered by Hope is not keeping pace. The FY 2023 budget will help restore equity in the Hope programs by providing an additional $25 million to guarantee that Hope programs cover at least 90% of tuition at all Georgia public higher education institutions. As we continue to invest in our citizens to ensure their success in the future, we also must not lose sight of those in need of help today. We know that even prior to the pandemic, many hardworking Georgians struggled with the rising cost of health care. Now, widespread inflation nationally has further strained the pocketbooks of our citizens. Throughout my administration, I've sought to increase access to affordable health care for our most vulnerable citizens, while also reducing costs for Georgia families. The 23 budget continues those efforts by providing $139 million for Georgia Access as part of the Patients First Act. These dollars will establish a reinsurance fund and a Georgia-based health exchange to make it easier to choose an affordable plan that best meets a family's needs. And as more individuals are able to participate in the healthcare market, competition is expanding options and driving down premium costs across the board, benefiting Georgia families across the state. But we know that healthcare costs not only impact consumers, they also impact our healthcare providers. We must support medical providers participating in the Medicaid network at rates that will enable them to serve their clients efficiently. This is particularly true in rural areas where there are fewer doctors to see ailing Georgians. The 23 budget will increase funding for providers by $85 million through the elimination of this requirement so that they will continue to serve Medicaid patients without worrying about operating at a loss. The 23 budget also further implements two initiatives I was proud to work on with the General Assembly last year. It will expand Medicaid coverage for new mothers from 6 months postpartum to a full year as part of my commitment to improving maternal mortality in our state. And I know that's something that has been a priority of both bodies of the General Assembly, and we appreciate all the work that you have done in regards to that. It also provides $39.5 million to fast track enrollment for children in Medicaid when a parent or guardian applies for food assistance or TANF. Inflation is also straining the resources of those who care for some of our most vulnerable Georgians, our children in foster care. My 2023 budget includes $27.8 million to provide a 10% provider rate increase for those individuals and organizations caring for our state's foster children to help offset rising costs. Keeping Georgia a beacon of economic prosperity and attracting growing business to our state depends on ensuring that every Georgian feels secure in their community. Public safety and supporting those in our law enforcement community have always been priorities of my administration and will continue to be. This budget contains my war on street gangs and human trafficking by adding an additional $1.6 million for the Attorney General's office to establish a gang prosecution unit and expand the human trafficking unit. These units help ensure that we can prosecute criminals to the full extent of the law and also put them behind bars. We're also investing $7 million in medical examiners and forensic services at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation to upgrade crime lab equipment, provide an additional 32 staff members in the crime lab and medical examiners' offices, and begin improvements at GBI headquarters. These enhancements will allow the GBI to address an increasing volume of cases, tackle backlogs, and processing criminal evidence, so that justice for victims is not delayed. Furthermore, as our prison population has increasingly become filled with violent offenders, our Department of Corrections is faced with an aging prison facility infrastructure that was not intended to house the level of offender who resides there today. These aging facilities require higher levels of staffing and facility maintenance to manage these dangerous environments. Therefore, my budget proposes a much-needed investment in our prison infrastructure, providing $600 million to purchase a newer prison facility and construct an additional 3,000-bed facility to house medium and high-security prisoners, allowing us to close 4 of our older and more dangerous prisons, saving the state operational costs in the future while providing safer environments for our correctional officers. Finally, I want to take a moment to thank our state workforce for their efforts over the last 2 years during the pandemic. We have not only focused on keeping businesses open, but we've ensured that our government also remained open and continued to serve our citizens, even when many states did not. At the beginning of my term, well before the pandemic, I called for a total of 10% in cuts to our state government so that we would have a leaner bureaucracy and more efficient government, freeing up valuable taxpayer dollars to fund priorities that impact everyday Georgians directly, like education and public safety. Little did we know how critical that decision would be in helping us weather the effects of the pandemic. We're continuing to see returns on that decision to cut where we were able and to invest more wisely. We're getting more out of government's workforce, thanks to greater efficiencies. And we're also leveraging technology to improve customer service while reducing cost and personnel. Today, excluding the university system, we have fewer state employees than we did in 2008 while serving more Georgians. Yet I recognize that state employees have not had a cost of living adjustment to their salaries since before the Great Recession. This has increased turnover for state agencies, creating staffing challenges and increasing costs for recruitment and training. And I know you've heard these issues as well as I have. Therefore, these budgets will provide for a $5,000 salary increase for full-time benefit eligible state employees to better align state salaries with comparable positions in government, in other government sectors. I'll also be introducing legislation that we look forward to working with you all on to increase the employer match for 401k contributions for employers under the GSEPS plan from 3% to 9% based on the length of service, providing a higher quality competitive retirement opportunity. And finally, this budget recognizes the lifetime contributions from our retirees by investing $150 million in the employees' retirement system to provide the first COLA since 2009. As I said before, I stand before you today optimistic that Georgia's best days are ahead of us because we have weathered the storm and emerged stronger on the other side. And much of that is thanks to a strong partnership and a great working relationship that we have built between my budget writers and the leadership in this room over the last several years, but especially during the pandemic. We are in such a good place because of all of you and your work that you have done in conjunction with us on our state's finances. The budgets before you reflect my priorities for investing in education, our economy, and our state workforce, public safety, and most importantly, in our citizens, our fellow hardworking Georgians. And I know that you all will look forward to putting your stamp on that budget, and we look forward to working with you to do that. Because truly, over the last 3 years, if you look at the budgets we've had in good times and bad, they have been good budgets for our state. They've had bipartisan support, and that's what we look forward to this year. And we look forward to continuing to work with you all to have a great session and continue to keep our state moving in the right direction. So thank you for having me this morning. Good luck with the rest of your hearings this week. And we look forward to seeing you around the Capitol. God bless you.
Thank you, Governor.
Good to see you.
As the governor is continuing to walk out of the room, I would like to return the favor of thanking he and his staff for the work that we've been able to do over the last couple of years on not only getting through this pandemic, but working on the budget that's before us. And a lot of the ideas that are included in it are many ideas that you have brought to myself or to Chairman Tillery over the last couple of years of things that you feel like we need to do. And Director Farr and his team have been a huge help in putting a lot of that together.
Echoing those comments, thank you, Governor. Thank you for bringing us your priorities. And also thank you for including so many of the items that senators and representatives for years have included as their priorities in your budget. We know that's that you're listening to us. We appreciate that. And also it's a tribute to Director Farr and Stephanie and the others at OPB. Thank y'all so much for working with us early on as you developed your budget priority plan. Wait just a minute on it. If you don't have a copy of the agenda, there are a couple of, there's a stack going around right now so you can keep up. And if someone doesn't get a copy, just let me know and we'll be happy to run another copy for you. We have Dr. Jeffrey Dorfman, the state fiscal economist who's joining us online. Is Dr. Dorfman ready to go?
I am ready to go.
Well, thank you, Dr. Dorfman. You're on now live with the joint House and Senate Appropriations Committees, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I certainly appreciate the call out from the governor on the accuracy of my forecast. Although I will agree that when he hired me, he did say I should always be low on the revenue forecast. And we achieved that. Anyway, I thank you for inviting me to be here today. I'm happy to be with you and glad to provide you this update again on how Georgia's economy is doing as we go into the budget writing season. And somebody there is operating the slide. So if we could go to the next slide, I will begin. This chart shows you personal income in the United States. And while there isn't necessarily any particular trend evident there, although you can see large spikes in the months where the federal government sent out COVID stimulus checks, what we do know is that personal incomes are still 8% above where they were at the start of the pandemic. So people are still doing quite well. They have plenty of money to spend, and that's why we've been taking in a lot of tax revenues. Next slide, please. This chart, whoops, I think we skipped one. No, all right, go to the next chart. Thank you. This slide shows the savings rate. And what you can see is before the pandemic, it starts in January of 2020, we were at about 7 or 8%. People were saving 7 or 8% of their income. And then the government started passing out money and people decided it was a good idea to save money during a pandemic. So our savings rate jumped to 33% in April of 2020 and then stayed elevated in the 15 to 20% range for about a year until March 2021, which is where the final coronavirus stimulus check came out. That was the $1,400 ones, and you see the savings spike up again to about 27%. From April to August, we stayed about 10. And finally, the last few months, we've gone back down to the normal 7 or 8%. So we seem to have normalized our savings now that the free money from Washington, D.C. has stopped. However, if you add up all the extra savings during the pandemic, from those savings rates being above the normal, Georgians, this is not national, this is just Georgia. Georgians now have an extra $75 billion in their bank accounts that they've saved up. That's about 2 months worth of normal spending. So Georgia consumers have a lot of money available to spend. They spent a fair bit on Christmas this year, but they still have an awful lot left. And that is going to support our economy going forward. Next slide, please. If we assume that federal aid has ended, I know Washington is actually talking in the early stages about maybe another round of coronavirus payments, but if we assume that federal aid has ended, then we would expect as the economy returns to normal, incomes to drop about 2% from that elevated rate. Normally, that would cost the state about $500 million in tax revenues as people's incomes dropped. However, a lot of those elevated incomes I showed you on the earlier slide were tax-free money that the federal government passed out. And so the state wasn't collecting taxes on them. So in reality, the hit to state revenue is going to be about $300 million. We'll replace this with normal economic growth over about the next 6 to 9 months. And so what this means is we expect an economic slowdown as we sort of finish FY22 and enter FY23, not a recession, just a slowdown as we sort of struggle with replacing all the free money with actual productive income earned in the economy, but we should do it. Also important to note, you all get the monthly revenue updates. We're sort of done with the easy comparisons. For the last 12 months, we've kind of been showing revenues compared to during the lockdown period or before businesses had fully figured out how to operate during a pandemic. But starting now, we're going to be comparing revenues to when the economy was very strong in 2021. And so it's going to be much tougher to beat the sales tax and the income tax collections that we had last year. Next slide, please. All right, so why, one of the things that is a challenge is, as the governor said, Georgia's economy is very strong. Our employment is back to roughly record highs, where we were before the pandemic started. And yet every business wants to hire people and is having a lot of trouble getting those new employees. So a question I get asked a lot is, why are there so many open jobs? Why can't we find people to hire? And so here's sort of the answer at the top. We have the responses from a national survey on why people are not working. So they asked just people who weren't working. And you can see number one reason was they have money in the bank. They still have so much money from those stimulus checks and the bonus unemployment benefits that they don't see the need to go out and work. Second reason, and this is really a variation of the first one, is their spouse is employed. So there are a lot of families that were two-income families before, but now can get by on one income plus the money they saved up during the pandemic. So that second spouse will stay out of the job market for a while until they start running short of that money. Third reason, care responsibilities. That could be children. Remember, this is a national survey, so in a lot of states, schools are closing a lot more frequently than they are here in Georgia. But that can also be elderly parents. And for example, could be people that are taking care of elderly parents at home and therefore are more nervous about going out and maybe bringing COVID back to that elderly parent. And then the fourth reason is scared of COVID. So that tells us nationally a little bit about what's going on, why there are fewer people looking for jobs. On the Georgia side at the bottom, we do get a report, unfortunately, with a fairly long lag from the federal government. So we're looking at sort of August 2021 data here. But Georgia was the #1 state in the country on the percent of employees that are quitting their jobs. Now, partly that's because the job market is good in Georgia, right? Those people are quitting because they found a better job. We are #2 in separation rate. That is employers firing workers. Why are we #2 in separation rate? Because we're having so much trouble finding employees that a lot of employers have taken a shot on marginal candidates that maybe they wouldn't normally hire. And a lot of them didn't work out, so then they had to fire them. We're the #3 state for job openings in the country, evidence of what the governor was saying about how strong our economy is, and #4 for hire rates. So we are hiring as a percent of total employees in the state, 4th best in the nation. Unfortunately, that hire rate is exactly equal to the quit rate plus the separation rate. So we are hiring new employees at exactly the same rate as they are quitting or being fired. And so that means our employers are working really hard just to sort of tread water and keep the number of employees and job openings even. We just can't get ahead because there's so much churn in the job market. People see so many jobs that look good. They figure they'll try that and they'll get a raise. And so the restaurant down the street hires the cook from your restaurant. Well, that's one hiring, but there's still one job opening. We just moved which restaurant needs to hire a cook. All right, next slide, please. I thought I would talk a little bit about the supply chain problems. First, it's important to remember that when we see national news stories about supply chain problems and they talk about the ports, they're really talking about the ports in Los Angeles and Long Beach. Those are the ones that are backed up the most. And unfortunately, those also receive 40% of all the port volume in the US. But the ports in Savannah and Brunswick are doing much better. So if you're out and talking to business owners who are complaining about difficulty getting their goods into the country, just remind them to use the ports in Savannah and Brunswick instead of Los Angeles or Long Beach. Obviously, our supply chain is still struggling. As you can see here, I say optimists thought it might be fixed in February or March of this year. There's sort of a lull after Christmas where the volume shipped goes down, and that gives people a chance to sort of catch up. Pessimists think it's going to be February of next year, so another 12 or 13 months. I'm probably leaning more towards the pessimistic outlook there. A lot of the problems that you're seeing now, though, where people are posting on social media store shelves that are empty, those are not because of the ports. Those are just because of Omicron and the occasional truck driver being sick and not delivering that day. And so while the bread aisle might be empty one day, you go to the same grocery store the next day, the bread will all be there, and maybe some other shelf will be empty because a different truck driver was sick. But those are just sort of spotty, random things, not any persistent problem. All right, next slide, please. All right, I've got two key things I thought I would point out to you as good things for you to watch to see how the economy is doing. So this first one is called the goods service split in spending. And this is going to tell you how we're doing at repairing the supply chain in a sort of indirect way. So since 2019, before the start of the pandemic, American consumers are buying 4.6% more stuff. This is adjusted for inflation. So that's not we're spending 4% more because of inflation. After inflation, we're getting 4.6% more stuff. However, we're getting 17% more goods, and we're spending about 1% less on services. Okay? That huge shift towards goods and away from services is what is straining our supply chain, right? A haircut doesn't come in through a port, doesn't get on a truck, right? But that new recliner you bought, or materials for your DIY project to renovate your home guest room into a home office, those things all do. So this change in how much we're spending on stuff versus services has overloaded the infrastructure for moving things around. We expect as sort of COVID fears decline, people get back to doing services, get back more out into the world, that goods purchases will decline and service purchases will increase. We've seen that start to happen the last couple of months, but as you can see, we still have a long way to go. If you watch this gap, it will tell you when the pressure is easing on our supply chain. Next slide, please. Second thing I want you to watch is consumer debt levels. So what you can see here is 2019 versus 2021. Student loan debt up a little bit, credit card debt down by an offsetting amount, and then auto loans up a little bit because, of course, those car prices have really jumped during the pandemic. However, in 2 years, American consumers only added $130 billion worth of debt. Normally, over a 2-year period, we've been adding $350 billion, so almost 3 times as much. That slowdown in how much debt we've piled up means consumer debt levels are very manageable right now, especially when you factor in the low interest rates. So what that means is if we do have the economic slowdown that we're expecting, or if a recession did happen to hit, consumers are in a good place in terms of money in the bank and ability to borrow more to be able to weather that storm. Next slide, please. So will we have a recession? The odds of a recession in 22 are very low. Consumers simply have too much money. Debt levels are too low. I do think we will see growth slow down more to a normal pace. But consumers have plenty of money to spend. Also, even if consumers slow down their spending, producers are going to have to keep producing because those supply chain issues mean their inventories are a little on the light side. And so they would take any slowdown in purchasing as an opportunity to build back up their inventories. Next slide, please. All right, here we have a chart of our budget amounts. The green bars are actual collected revenues. Blue bars are original budgets, and the red bars are amended budgets. What you can see here is if you look on the right for FY 21, 22, and 23, with our amended revenue estimate for FY 22 and the governor's proposed revenue estimate for FY 23, you can see that really we have 3 years there with roughly equal revenue. But much better than we were actually the 2 years just before the pandemic. And next slide, please. Then here we have the 5-year outlook. This chart does appear in your budget book somewhere, although it gets a lot less attention than the current year estimates. And what you see here is that after slow growth between FY 22 and FY 23, we resume sort of a normal growth pattern through FY 27, growing at about $1 or a little over $1 billion a year. That's sort of an historically normal amount of new revenue for the governor and the General Assembly to have to spend in each budget. But it is important that we remember going forward that much of that increase in revenue is going to go to cover mandatory spending amounts, the QBE formula, Medicaid, things like that. And with that, you can go to the next slide if you want, but I am finished with my presentation. And I believe, Mr. Chairman, that I have time to take a few questions.
Thank you, Dr. Dorfman. I'm sure you'll have several questions. We always appreciate your thorough discussion of very relevant issues, particularly for this committee, but for, I think, questions that all Americans are asking right now. I've got one question for you to kind of get things started. You mentioned roughly $75 billion that Georgians have saved since January of 2020. Quite a staggering number when I looked in comparison. And you said that, you know, Americans as a whole only add about $350 billion in debt each year. That was just a staggering number as we put them together. My question is about that savings across income levels. I know anecdotally we would think that those at higher income levels save more. I'm wondering if you have any research or any data that talks about differences that you may see of savings levels across different income levels.
Sure, that's a great question, Mr. Chairman. What we do know actually is that people at the bottom, we usually divide income by quintiles when we look at things like this. So the bottom 20% have actually doubled the amount of money they have in their checking or savings accounts. So actually savings went up quite a bit at the bottom because, of course, the people at the top didn't receive the free checks. Right, the checks only went to people that made under, I think, $150,000. Certainly, the people at the top still made nice money in the stock market and other things during the pandemic, and their wealth has gone up too. But this is a case where we see actually a considerable improvement in the financial situation of people at the bottom of the income distribution. This was the first time in American history that we had a recession during which credit card balances went down and consumer credit scores went up. The average Georgian's credit score went up 8 points, which is sort of unheard of when the unemployment rate is going up.
Thank you for that answer. I think we got some questions from the audience, or we may have some online.
We do have one online from Senator Emmanuel Jones. What impact has the slowdown in the auto delivery inventory levels had on the state budget and retail auto sales?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. So the state budget has benefited from the supply chain problems in the auto industry because car dealers have been able to get such elevated prices for both new and used cars. Our revenue collections under TAVT have actually gone up during the pandemic. So they may be selling fewer cars some of the time, but they're getting better prices and we get a percent. So we've done fine. They are now running out of cars. So car dealers managed to keep their businesses going on slightly lower volume and much higher prices. But auto dealership lots, the last report I saw, they now have 1/3 the normal amount of cars on the lot. And if you just drive around, you can see that those lots are really empty. So we are a little worried going forward. I don't think they can keep this up. There are reports that the chip problem that's been hurting car manufacturers is getting better. So hopefully they'll be able to get some new cars on those lots pretty soon.
You got one question here in the audience, number 12, Representative Dukes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I've found is that in my part of the state, I see where the food prices are going up consistently, but the farmers that I represent are telling me that the prices that they're getting for the goods and services have remained stagnant. Can you kind of speak to that, please?
Certainly. And thank you for the question. I mean, I am by training an agricultural economist, and the food industry it is what I teach a class on at the university. Farmers are receiving reasonable prices right now, but certainly not prices that have kept up with inflation at food stores. And the reason is that the costs, right? COVID has not imposed costs just on farmers. Farmers' costs are up. All the inputs they buy, fertilizer is up, chemicals are up, pallets are up, plastic bins put your stuff in, or cardboard boxes put your stuff in is up. So farmers' costs are definitely higher, but food processors, so the people who turn what those farmers grow into the food that we buy, their costs are through the roof. They're buying the same sorts of inputs, plus having to pay their workers more to keep them, plus having to install PPE in those factories, keep their workers healthy. And the same thing in the supermarkets. The supermarkets are having to raise their margins to cover paying their employees more and to protect their employees. And then in between the farm and the food processor and the supermarket, we have to put that food on trucks. And the cost of trucking that food around has gone through the roof. It's up over 40% in the last 12 months. So all those costs, all the stuff that happens from when it leaves the farm until we get it home from the grocery store, is why food prices at the store are going up so much more than the prices farmers are receiving.
Okay, we've got one online from Chairman Perkle related to workforce participation. The last labor force participation rate data that I've looked at had the state at the lowest levels in 45 years. This represents a large population of potential workers. Any comments on this topic?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, you are exactly correct. Workforce participation is down. I showed you during my talk some survey results on some of the explanations people have told us nationally on why they're not participating in the workforce. So you saw those reasons. They've got money, they've got people to take care of, they're scared. So those tell us sort of why we're down. And the good news is that data does show us that people are rejoining the workforce. Each month, some of those people come back. Similarly, there were stories early on about lots of sort of people in their late 50s or early 60s sort of retiring early at the start of the pandemic, but those people are re-entering the workforce as well. So we do expect workforce participation to come back as COVID sort of recedes.
Senator Gooch.
Dr. Dorfman, thank you for being with us this morning. I want to talk a little bit about the historic levels of inflation we're seeing not only in Georgia, but across the country with the labor shortages, trucking costs going up, just procurement in general is, increasing at high levels this year. What do you think long-term the impact is going to be, and how long do you think this inflation will be with us? And what's your projection on when there may be a correction?
Thank you very much for the question. So I think inflation is already starting to sort of moderate. However, I don't expect prices for most goods to go down particularly. I think what we're much more likely to see is just them to stabilize at this more elevated level for a while. What we see if we break things down is that inflation in the price of services has been steady at 2% for like 15 or 20 years. And that good inflation has been basically zero. And what the pandemic has done is brought back inflation in the price of goods. Now, a huge percentage of that is in the price of cars. Used car prices are up 37% in the last 12 months. And that is making a significant impact on the headline inflation figures that we see. So if we can get car prices to stabilize, if we can make them enough chips, so car prices will go down, that'll take our 7% down to about 6%. If we then get the supply chain sorted out and get people buying services again and fewer goods, we can take that 6% down to about 4%. And then if we can just moderate the run up in wages that's been going on as employers fight over employees, we can get back down in the 2 to 3% range. But I expect that to take all of 2022. So I think what we're going to see is the inflation rate falling very slowly during all of 2022. And by the end of 2022, to see us back down in the 3 or 4% range. And then by 2023, be back down to the 2 to 3% range.
The next question is from the audience, Chairman Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Dorfman. I just want you to comment, if you don't mind, please, on the housing market, both nationally, state, and maybe locally too, rural versus urban. How has Georgia fared, and do you see easing in that, or is this where we are to go forward in the future?
Thank you very much for that question. It's a great question. Atlanta home prices have had one of the better appreciations nationally, and so have a number of other parts of Georgia. So we've done pretty well for that. The big problem we have in housing right now is labor. There just aren't enough construction workers to build as many houses as home builders would like to build. And that's not going to get any better. We've still got a lot of rebuilding going down in the Florida Panhandle from the hurricanes. And now we've got a lot of rebuilding that'll be going on in Kentucky from the tornadoes. Those are, to our south and to our north, pulling some construction crews away. So there just aren't enough workers to go around in home building. And what that means, if you're a home builder and you have to build fewer homes because you can't get workers, you're going to build more expensive homes. So we're going to get fewer starter homes and we're going to get more expensive homes. I don't think home prices can keep going up as fast as they have been, but I don't expect them to go down. I don't think this is a bubble like we had back in 2005, 2007. This is just an increase in home prices, and they're going to stabilize at this level, I think.
Representative Williams, Al Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Doctor. A lot of good information. I need some clarification, though, when you mentioned that the problem was on the West Coast for our ports. I do remember that a lot of the period these numbers were being put together, at times we had as many as 27 cargo ships backed up in the port of Savannah, although we did all we could to make sure down in Brunswick when the autos came in, the President Pro Tem got his first. But try and tell me where we are in reality, because we ran out of storage space at the port because we couldn't get them in. And there was a problem even with transport trailers. Where do we stand now, and what's the long-term effect on us as a result?
Yes, thank you for that question. So you're exactly right. We did have a problem in our ports with storage space. Basically, people's containers were coming in and they were not picking them up. They were leaving them stacked on the ground, and we were running out of places to put new containers. We solved that problem the ports basically said, look, you got to come pick up your containers or we're going to essentially start charging you rent for leaving them here. And lo and behold, trucks showed up and people picked up the containers. The reason they were sitting there is a lot of people didn't know where they were going to take them. So for example, Walmart, if a container for Walmart comes into the port, Walmart has two places they can take that. They can take it to a distribution warehouse where it then goes to their stores, or they can take it to a different distribution warehouse where it waits for you to buy it online. Because of the uncertainty of the pandemic, Walmart and other retailers didn't know whether we were going to be buying things online or in the stores. They didn't want to ship it around twice, so they just left it in the ports until they could get a better idea of where to take it. And that did slow us down for a while, but we solved that problem. They have picked up their containers and we are operating smoothly now.
Well, evidently somewhere there's still 2 or 3 containers full of toilet paper and paper towels. And based on my trip to the grocery store the other day, Campbell's Soup's got some in containers somewhere because they didn't have any Campbell's Soup either. We did have a question online from Senator Jones, but it was basically, or is basically the same question that you'd already answered from Senator Watson just a few minutes ago. Any other questions here in the room? Any other questions online? We'll give folks just a second to type to see if they do. Dr. Dorfman, it does appear that you've answered all the questions or maybe created a few more questions that folks just don't know how to ask yet. So we will, if we wind up having more questions after we close out here with you in just a second, we'll let you know and get those answers to those members. But we appreciate you being here with us this morning. I know that your job over the last couple of years has been rather interesting in trying to predict what is happening and what's going to happen. But we just want you to know that we appreciate the time that you've put into trying to cipher through the tea leaves to get us to the point that we are today. We don't see any other questions. So at this point, thank you, and we will see you soon. I'm sure we'll run into each other over the next couple of weeks around the Capitol. So thank you very much for being with us.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
Commissioner Crittenden, we're a little bit early, but if you'd like to go ahead, we'll go ahead and give you the floor.
Good morning. Glad you're with us, and the podium is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Tillery, Chairman England, and members of the committee. It is very good to be here today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you on the governor's budget recommendations for the Department of Revenue for amended fiscal year 2022 and state fiscal year 2023. My name is Robin Crittenden, and I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Revenue. And I'm joined here today by Deputy State Revenue Commissioner Frank O'Connell, Assistant Deputy Commissioner Georgia Steele, and our Legislative and Communications Director, Mason Rainey. Next slide, please. Thank you. The Department of Revenue's mission is to administer the tax laws of the state of Georgia fairly and efficiently in order to promote public confidence and compliance while providing excellent customer service. Our team of over 900 dedicated and hardworking professionals are committed to being the most effective and accessible tax administrator in the country. To meet this commitment, we strive to provide excellent customer service, to treat all taxpayers and administering and enforcing applicable laws and administrative rules, to find innovative ways to improve processes using technology, to continuously identify and address opportunities for improvement, and to maintain a highly motivated, well-trained workforce. Next slide, please. Even during a pandemic, our team has worked to continue to lead the way with innovative tools, systems, and programs to support our fellow taxpayers and to improve the services we provide to the citizens of our state. Some of our recently completed and ongoing projects include first, call center enhancements. This is a new shift to an agency-wide focus and approach to our call center performance. We are working to establish department-wide service delivery goals to better serve our constituents. Some of the more robust communication options that we have rolled out and are pursuing include expanded email support, chat bots, and voice bots. Second, the centralized alcohol licensing portal. This project is to create the centralized alcohol licensing portal that was set forth in law in 2020 in House Bill 879. House Bill 879 required the development of an application that would give local governing authorities and retailers the ability to register and submit applications, renewals, and payments at a centralized location. The ability to submit new applications is actually going live today, and we plan to go live on renewals later this year. Third, transition to the cloud. We have migrated our two primary applications, Drives, our motor vehicle title and registration system, and ITS, our tax system, as well as several supporting applications into the cloud environment. The benefits of this transition include cost savings, performance enhancements, as well as eliminating redundancy and increasing system resiliency. Fourth, we have already begun work to upgrade ITS to version 12. This major system upgrade is scheduled to go live later this year. It will provide enhancements for both internal and external users, including improved security features. Next slide, please. As we work to continuously improve our agency, here are the results from the department's tax collection efforts from FY 2015 through FY 2021. A steady net collections growth trajectory is evident from fiscal year 2015 until fiscal year 2020, when the COVID-19 pandemic impacted the economy during the spring of 2020. From fiscal years 2015 to 2019, net revenue growth averaged 5.75% year over year. Fiscal year 2020 saw a minus 0.039% decline, which is really just a flattening of growth. Fiscal year 2021 garnered a strong return of revenues to $26.9 billion, or an amazing 13.5% growth over fiscal year 2020. Overall, net revenue collections for fiscal year 2015 through fiscal year 2021 grew by $7.87 billion, or 41.4%. The $3.2 billion of revenue growth in fiscal year 2021 over fiscal year 2020 came from three primary areas: individual income tax, sales tax, and corporate tax. Some of you have asked me about the marketplace facilitator collections that became effective in April 1, 2021. Since that time, we've seen a total of $1.16 billion collected, and that includes both state and local collections, with approximately 55% of that going to the state. Next slide, please. DOR has consistently remained at approximately 0.7% of the overall state funds appropriation for the state of Georgia, making the department a very valuable return on investment. Next slide, please. Now, turning to the FY 2022 budget. The DOR FY 2022 budget appropriation is comprised of 4 key groups. Tax divisions, which comprise 82.6 million or 41% of the budget. External divisions, which comprise 54.1 million or 28% of the budget. And pass-throughs, which comprise 48.1 million or 25% of the budget. Rounding out the DOR budget is the administration program at 12.6 million or 6% of the budget. Next slide, please. DOR's overall budget is primarily comprised of state funds. Expenditures over the 7 fiscal year period since FY 2014 have remained steady and neutral, with a small spike in fiscal year 2018 due to a large outlay of Forest Land Protection Act or FLIPA funds to local governments in that fiscal year. The gray line in the middle of the graph demonstrates the DOR operational state funds, where you can see the consistent, steady level of expenses year over year. The blue line at the bottom of the graph demonstrates pass-through state funds, where you will notice the spike of expenses in FY 2018 due to the FLIPA increase. Also, the addition of general obligation bonds since fiscal year 2017 for the build-out and development of the drive system is reflected in the increase of the total funds line. Next slide, please. Now, turning to the governor's amended fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023 budget recommendations on pages 331 through 335 of the budget book. Governor Kemp's recommendation for DOR in the amended fiscal year 2022 appropriation would add 5.6 million, made up primarily of the $5,000 state employee pay increase plus 1 DOR specific change. Governor Kemp's budget recommendation for fiscal year 2023 would provide 16.6 million in additional funds, 13.6 for statewide changes, and 2.9 for DOR specific changes. A little more detail about those changes are on this slide and the next, for which I'll provide a few brief comments. Line number 1 and lines 4 through 9 are all statewide changes that Governor Kemp just detailed, and they're reflected in all 8 operational budget programs. These budget enhancements will greatly assist with our critical and pressing recruitment and retention needs. Line 1 is the $5,000 employee salary increase. Line 2, this appropriation reimburses our local government services program for the fireworks funds, which were distributed in early October. These funds represent 5% of fireworks excise tax collections, which were distributed to 182 local governments. Line 3 supports Governor Kemp's recommendation to utilize 1.6 billion in prior year undesignated state fund surplus to provide a one-time additional refund for tax years 2021 of $250 for single filers, $375 for head of household filers, and $500 for married filing jointly. Line 4 for fiscal year 23 creates a $5,000 employee cost of living adjustment for all full-time benefit eligible state employees effective July 1, 2022. Line 5 in fiscal year 23 allows eligible employees to withdraw up to 40 hours of earned annual leave annually from their accrued leave balances. Lines 6 to 8 in fiscal year 23 reflect statewide changes to the employee retirement system, teachers' retirement system, and DOAS administered insurance programs. Turn page, please. Line 9 for fiscal year 23 reflects a statewide adjustment to TeamWorks billings. Line 10 for fiscal year 23 dedicates $2.7 million in state general funds as fireworks trust funds. House Bill 511 moved distribution of these funds from OPB to DOR. And finally, line 11 in fiscal year 23, these funds support the DOR fraud unit's use of Department of Labor data for analytics to verify information such as validating employer verification, wage verification, Georgia withholding, and unemployment wages. Next page, please. This slide shows the amended fiscal year 2022 budget changes that I just talked about, but laid out by each budget program. Next page, please. This slide continues to show the annual fiscal year 2023 budget changes laid out by each budget program. There are 4 items on this slide, with the remaining items continuing on the next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my report. Thank you again for the opportunity to present the governor's recommendations to the DOR amended fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023 budgets. I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, and welcome in your new role.
Thank you.
We know we've had you here various times in other roles, and thank you. I think it's the first time as Commissioner of DOR. So,
Yes, thank you.
welcome in your new role. We do have a few questions out there. The first one is Chairman Huffstadler, number 8.
Thank you, Chairman Tillery, and thank you for being here. And I want to say you talked about being accessible, and I think you're the most accessible department that I've dealt with as Chair of Finance. And I think you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you.
Though I told Chairman Tillery, he's kind of like my wife, no matter how much money we on the revenue side bring in, they seem in this budget to find a way to spend it. But aside from that, you talked about the data analytics. Do you have an implementation date for that? And I will say that they've done an incredible job of probably doubling the revenue coming from that area, even without this program, from what I've seen the last year.
So this is you're referring to the sales tax analytics pilot project. That was from House Bill 811 in 2018.
Actually, I meant the software on the new program coming in. You were
The software,
where you were going to match it up with the data.
oh, with the Department of Labor?
Right.
Okay, that's something that we have actually been doing. And it allows us to save a significant amount of time by receiving that information from the Department of Labor, so that we're able to do our fraud checks and turn around the returns much faster. We actually have been paying it, 2 areas were combined, and we've been paying it with that, but some money that was from there that we've been able to carry over. But we need new funds to do it at this point, to continue it.
Senator Lucas.
Commissioner,
Yes.
I've got 2 questions I want to ask you.
Sure.
I signed for a family member to get a car. I paid the taxes on it. When they finished paying the notes, I gave the title to them and they ended up having to pay taxes again. Why is that?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand the whole,
I
everything. you said.
I said I signed a note for a family member to get a car. I paid the taxes on it when I got it. When they finished paying the note, I gave them the title and they had to pay taxes again. Why?
I'll have to look at that specific situation and get back to you. But I believe it has to do with transferring it to a new owner. But I'll check on that specifically.
All right, the other question is, understandably, I hear by rumor mill, the governor is proposing not taxing military retirement. Do you have any idea what kind of money we're talking about?
I don't have that at this point.
Can you find out?
Sure, absolutely.
Because, you know, when you take money out, you got to find a way to replace it.
Absolutely.
Commissioner, I think you've exhausted the questions. Thank you again for your presentation and thank you for being here this morning with us.
Thank you.
Just one housekeeping thing real quick. There's a little bit of confusion about folks getting online to view this. We're going to ask that those of you that are with us on Zoom, if you are not on either the House or the Senate Appropriations Committee, if you would please log out there, go to the streaming feed that is available from the House website or from the General Assembly website. We're trying to make sure and manage how many folks we've got on because we want to make sure that those folks that are members have the opportunity to ask questions. And we don't want to use the bandwidth that we have that is supporting Zoom as it comes into the building here. So with that said, we will take we're all running ahead. Let's take about a 10-minute break. And please try to be back in here at 10:35. We will have Commissioner Pat Wilson with the Department of Economic Development. And with all the news that they've got going on lately, I'm sure that you'll want to hear his comments and see what else may be happening. Thank you.
You'll begin returning back to your seats. And I think we have Commissioner Pat Wilson, Commissioner of the Department of Economic Development, online. Commissioner, can you hear us?
Yes, Blake. Chairman, I can hear you fine. Thank you.
Well, thank you for joining us. We know you're on an important mission right now on behalf of the state. So thank you for joining us here at this time, and I'm proud of the technology that allows you to do so.
Absolutely.
The mic is yours.
Chairman Tillery, Chairman England, thank you so much. Both committees really appreciate your time and effort. And obviously, we can't do what we do without the efforts of the Appropriations Committee and the support that y'all have given us over the years. I've got a pretty simple budget for my department this year. Really, if you look over the budget, it comes down to the raises that the governor put into the budget for state employees that have worked really hard over the last 2 years to continue to keep things going in the face of a pandemic. We're grateful for that. One of the things that I've mentioned to quite a few of you over the years, you know, we have a pretty tremendous turnover in headcount. Just being able to keep employees employed in the department is a big part of being able to do what we do and recruit business for Georgia. So that will go a long way toward being able to keep some of our best and brightest from moving on to the private sector after we teach them how to do their job. I also wanted to highlight the one other item that's in my budget that the governor put in would be 2 positions that go into rural development for the Rivian project. And as you all know, this is the largest project in the history of the state. We're really proud of the work that the team has put into this. Part of what we have modeled this project on is the Kia project in West Georgia. And if there aren't many of you that were around at that time, but for those that were, this is directly in line with what we did for Kia. We supplied 2 members of our team who who really managed the project and followed through with everything to make sure that the state's promises were kept and the project landed on time. And so this would be one person who's focused solely on managing the project, and a second person that's solely focused on coordinating all of our workforce resources to make sure that we are doing everything we can to fill the 7,500 new jobs that would come to the state. So those are the new ads that are in our budget. We had a pretty amazing year department-wide. It's a year that I think I'm really proud of the colleagues that I work with every day who did a great job. Global commerce saw major, really unbelievable increases across the board. Tourism, in the face of really shifting sands of travel, we really have continued to increase our tourism and visitation across the state. Film saw a record-breaking year. Our international trade team, we assisted companies in 141 different counties find new opportunities overseas. 84% of those companies were small business. And then our Georgia Council for the Arts, our little small and mighty team of GCA, they distributed the largest number of grants to applicants that they ever have, and $2.3 million in grants in 131 different Georgia counties. So it really was a fantastic year for the department, and I will turn it back over to you, Chairman, but I'll leave with, we can't do it without the support that we get from you guys. So I want to say thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for your report. I think we do have a couple of questions. Representative Hewley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Mr. Commissioner, thank you for your report. Can you tell tell us what you all have done to support minority business development and what your plans are for the coming year?
Yes, ma'am. Of course, small and minority businesses are extremely important, the backbone of what we do. We continue to have a team that focuses on all small businesses, but small and minority businesses are represented from our global commerce team by Lindsay Martin and his, we have a second person on that small business team. They continue to maintain a website that is focused solely on small and minority businesses. I'm happy to sit down with you, Representative, and go over kind of what we focus on, but it is a continued and very important focus of the department.
Commissioner, I have a question. You mentioned turnover. Do you know what's your current turnover rate at Department of ECD?
I don't have the rate, Chairman, but I will get that to you. I anecdotally, I know that we're hiring 5 positions right now, and at least I've got one project that you know very well that I've had 3 project managers on because I've just constantly had turnover. Salaries among the private sector, whether it's Chamber of Commerce or whether it's our private sector partners like the utilities, have continued to increase pretty tremendously. And so I train up some smart young kids and I lose them pretty quickly. And so I do appreciate what you guys are looking at for us, especially on the back end with 401ks. I think that's a really important piece of being able to be competitive. But I'll make sure that we have a up-to-date turnover rate for you, Chairman.
Thank you. We got 2 folks. I think Senator Watt. Did you have something? How far? Senator Watson.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner, I certainly want to pile on, so to speak, relating to Rivian and the number of jobs and the amount of money that they're spending in the state of Georgia. And I think this bodes well for the future. If you could add any insight into that, and maybe if there's any update at all on the mega site, if that's going along well, securement of the land and so forth, if you could just give a little brief update. And I'm not asking you to give away any secrets there.
No, absolutely. We're tremendously excited, and the progress continues in East Georgia. This is a generational project, and if you look at one of the things that I pointed to over the years why we work to land projects like this, what has happened in West Point around Kia. They had a tremendously high unemployment rate. It really has changed that entire part of the state for the better schools, better opportunities, keeping kids at home when they graduate high school, they can remain in the community and work right there with high paying, good paying jobs with benefits. That's what we're expecting in East Georgia as well. These jobs average $56,000 a year. Plus benefits on top of that, 7,500 jobs that will be going to people all across the region. And in conversations with Rivian, their plans are to invest in the school system, create study programs that really give kids the skills that they need in order to participate in those jobs. It's terribly exciting, but that really is just the beginning too. We all have seen this transformation of the automotive industry from really the internal combustion engine to electrification. It's coming fast. And in Georgia, we have about 55,000 Georgians that participate in the automotive industry, whether it be at Kia directly or the suppliers that are supplying OEMs across the South. And so we have to make sure that we continue to attract those jobs so that Georgians can participate in the economy of the future. And so this is really important. It really is with SK coming into Jackson County and with Rivian coming in here in Walton County and Morgan County, it's a game changer for us as far as the electrification of the automotive industry. Things are moving along in East Georgia. I think you'll see in the budget that there's a line item that is in Commissioner Nunn's budget at DCA for acquisition of land. That's acquisition of land, it's due diligence cost, it's grading a 500-acre pad, and then it's the rail extension. All of that is really rolled into one line item in the budget, and that will continue to move us in the direction of getting everything tackled in East Georgia. But this is, back to kind of the beginning sentiment. This is generational change for really an entire state, and we're excited about it. So I appreciate the question and the opportunity to talk a little bit more about what's going on out there.
Senator Beach.
Commissioner, I just want to piggyback a little bit on Dr. Watson's question and about Rivian. And again, congratulations on that project. You talked about hiring somebody for workforce development and a project manager. What about, are you going to need resources for infrastructure and interchange or any kind of road system improvements for that project? And are you coordinating that with GDOT? Because I remember on the Kia plant, we built a new interchange for them to make that project successful. Do we have to have some resources for that, for infrastructure?
Yes, Senator Beach, thank you. Commissioner McMurray has been with us throughout this process, and I want to give him some credit too, because that team at GDOT is as solutions oriented and forward thinking as any team I think we've ever had over there. I'm really proud of the work that Commissioner McMurray and Janine Miller have done to support us. And yes, there's an interchange that's needed on I-20, and I know Commissioner McMurray and GDOT have been working on that side of the house. There's some additional road improvements that need to be made on 278, and then a separate smaller county road over there as well. And so all that is being coordinated with the team at GDOT. And I give them a lot of credit. They are fantastic at what they do. But Senator Beach, thank you for that question. And when Commissioner McMurray comes in front of you guys, be kind to him. He's done a tremendous job.
Mr. Commissioner, got one question for you from myself on tourism. What are you seeing around the state on the recovery from kind of the COVID lack of movement and folks getting out and about? What are you seeing kind of around the state, kind of outside the metro, but then what are you also hearing on the inside the metro area as far as conventions and that sort of stuff?
Yeah, Chairman England, it's kind of a fascinating dynamic right now in that the really outside of the metro Atlanta and our destinations have been experiencing really some of the best years that they've ever had, whereas Metro Atlanta and our convention destinations have been decimated still, and that business is starting to come back, but it's not fully back. I don't know if that I was just talking with somebody last night who was talking about CES, the largest consumer electronics convention in the world. Really, it was terrible this year because it happened right when Omicron happened, and you had a ton of people who backed out. It impacted the entire event, and it really the convention business really is continuing to lag behind. But I think when Commissioner Williams comes in front of you guys, I think the state parks are still experiencing some of their best years ever, as Georgians have refound our state parks. And then if you look at Savannah and the coast, Helen, to name a few, I know Thomasville had a great Christmas season. There are a number of places, our destinations in the state that are just booming right now. And so it's a strange comeback to tourism. I think one thing that we know is that, and I'm sure everybody sitting there today feels the same way, that we're ready to travel. I think everybody's ready to get back out. it's just a matter of understanding where you go, what those regulations are going to be. And one of the things we have going for us is that we've remained open, and that people can come to Georgia and they know what to expect when they get here. So I think that one of the things that we would be appreciative of is I think we've applied for ARPA dollars to look at when we come back, when travel really does start to come back, making sure that we're capturing as much of that new travel as possible. And I think that there's a great opportunity here for Georgia. But that's kind of a long-winded answer, Chairman, to say that we're seeing things come back, but more slowly in Metro than we've seen in really our destinations around the state.
While you were answering that, folks from World Congress Center wanted to make sure I understood or knew that the Poultry Expo was coming next week over there. So that'll be a huge bounce back for them, because
That's right.
is an incredibly large show. Looks like
Chairman, I do want to say, I'm sorry to interrupt you, that I do want to say that during the pandemic, our World Congress Center and the team there did an amazing job of pivoting to, I know we held a number of sporting events, and if you look for an agency that really worked to change their model and grab what was out there, they did a really great job.
Yeah, I know that team over there, a bunch of them did things they don't normally do for some of those groups that were coming in. And that, just shows the tenacity that they have to get through and get the job done. So it was great to see what they were working on and doing. Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Commissioner, for being here today and for your comments and your insights. I would dovetail on what the chairman was mentioning about the World Congress Center. And we saw people doing things there they were doing the work to get the job done, pushing brooms and emptying trash, and folks from the executive level. And you just don't see that kind of commitment often. And it was refreshing. You mentioned the kind of an inverted marketplace right now. Lots of folks go into the rural areas versus coming to Atlanta and coming to the cities for some of the holiday seasons and the tourism. How do we continue to capitalize on that in our rural areas? We continue to struggle in our rural areas in terms of population, in terms of incomes, in terms of job satisfaction and attracting folks to those areas. How do we continue to capitalize on that shift in the marketing and the tourism dollar?
Thank you, Senator. Excuse me. It's interesting. Tourism, and I know we're all guilty of this. A lot of tourism is habit. And, when you experience a place that you love and that speaks to you and you have a great experience, a lot of times you go back there. And, one of the things that I'm really excited about is that we have seen people go into rural communities, refinding our rural downtowns, finding our state parks, really going across the state and finding new adventures. And, they go back, they tell their friends, they talk about these places, they post it on social media, which we try to take advantage of too, by leveraging their social media experiences and amplifying those things. Senator, I think the one thing that we can do is continue to market. That really is what tourism is about. And then once people find a location, we need to make sure that we continue to push that out. And social media gives us opportunities that we haven't had before. And so we really do we've got an amazing social media team in our Explore Georgia division who really work to amplify the messages that people are pushing out themselves. When they hashtag Explore Georgia, we're pushing that back out too as part of a marketing effort. But it really comes down to taking this momentum that we have now and continuing to push marketing back out to capture more people as they continue hit the road and come out of the pandemic. But I'm excited about the possibilities, because I do think that people have found new adventures over the last couple of years.
Got one online comment from Senator Bruce Thompson. He says he just wants to thank you for your leadership and the continuation of Georgia being the #1 place in which to do business. I think we'd all echo the same thing. Have another
Thanks, Senator.
question from our comment from the audience, and it's Representative Al Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner. One question, I've been saying this about 10 years, so let's make it 11. The marketing aspect, I agree with you wholeheartedly, but unfortunately, when you go to a good place and you tell somebody, that's very limited. Our neighbors to the west have proven what marketing can do. Why have we not seen a marked increase in our marketing dollars for our tourism? A lot of local tourism, mine included, we don't have the money to properly market. When are we going to emulate, and I've heard every excuse in the world, our neighbors to the west? That's Alabama.
President Williams, look, I'm grateful for the comment. We have, I think over the years we have increased our marketing budget in tourism, and then, and I can go all the way back to Governor Perdue. When you hit a downturn in the economy, what's the first thing that really is that we've lost? I mean, during the recession, we lost marketing. Going forward, we grew marketing back up. We're in a better place today than we were, 10 years ago. But I give the General Assembly a tremendous amount of credit for that. You guys have funded our budget and given us additional funding that we have then leveraged to push out into marketing. You increased our budget last year by $1 million, and we're grateful for that. And so we can do more with more marketing opportunities, but we're grateful for what we have, and we're going to continue to what I think is leverage it better than anybody else. I've got an amazing team that does a tremendous job. And part of this too, and this, Representative Williams, is the partnership that we have with our communities. And I give Savannah a tremendous amount of credit. Columbus does an amazing job, and Atlanta, of course, but Helen and Thomasville, and we have all these. We work together to leverage each other's funds, and it's a great partnership. And so I thank you for the question, and I think every year that you've mentioned it to me, I agree with you. But I do think that we do an amazing job with the resources that we've been given by the General Assembly.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other questions from the audience or online? In person, we're good online? Commissioner, thank you again for your time, and appreciate the work you do on behalf of our state.
Chairman, thank you very much. Y'all have a great day.
You too. Next on your agenda, you'll see we had Commissioner Butler from the Department of Labor. There was an issue that he has, a family issue that's of significance health-wise, where he will not be able to join us today. Is there any, I just want to make sure, I don't expect anyone else here from the Department of Labor, but I want to make sure before I go run over their time that there isn't someone else here. And that there's no one else online. Gotcha. And he did let us know, and we're definitely praying for his family. But we did have, with that, knowing that was coming, we were able to contact Commissioner Black earlier this morning, and Commissioner Black was gracious to change his schedule and come join us slightly early. And thank you so much, Georgia's Department of Agriculture Commissioner, Commissioner Black, if you don't mind coming to the podium. And again, thank you for rearranging your schedule to help with ours.
Let's get started. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman England, thank you for your message this morning. When our job's to be here for you, it's not for you to worry about my schedule. I'm glad I appreciate the word. I'm very glad to be here. Good morning, members. Happy New Year to all of you, and it's a pleasure to be before you today on behalf of 525 folks that are working for all of us every day, and I think you'll be very proud of them. And I've got a couple of things. If it could just take I know certainly respect the time. We're not going. I promise you, I'm not going to take Mark Butler's time either, because I know y'all not going to sit here. But I do have a couple of just status reports that would be fitting before we get into the numbers, if that's okay. Number one, as we face some of the things that we encounter on a daily basis, we're at that time of the year where everybody's on guard for disease. We do have one H5 waterfowl that we do not know whether it's highly pathogenic or not, and we're hoping and praying that it is not. It is in Northeast Georgia and is right in the centerpiece of right even ground zero. So bottom line is, from a poultry standpoint, those of you who have poultry growers, if we could help facilitate you maybe in your communication this week back to your constituents, you want to remind them about biosecurity. We've got some resources available to you to communicate to your folks, but it is something that always this time of year. And when we find one, got to remember in waterfowl, about 20% of the birds actually have some type of avian flu that they just naturally shed. The waterfowl doesn't get sick, but it can cause havoc in the state's #1 segment of the ag economy. And we're on high alert right now with our folks that monitor that. It's hard to believe we've moved 3 years past Hurricane Michael. I'm very thankful that we're past that. But your vision and your willingness to accept some ideas that we had, and Chairman England and I will never forget sitting on the bleachers of the Georgia National Fairgrounds after we returned for those first couple of days, observing what had happened, and literally on the back of an envelope wrote down what became to be known as our START loans that helped get people back on their feet. You funded $75 million of those loans. We were able to get them in the hands of 426 people in very rapid fashion. Let me tell you about the report of that. Only 4.8% of that portfolio is delinquent. We knew that we had some very risky loans, but I can tell you this portfolio, I think any bank would swap with the portfolio that we have at the Georgia Development Authority. But what you did, we're entering into our 3rd year of payments. And it's just, we've got 5 more to go, 4 more after this one. And interest rates go up this year to 2%. And that portfolio is performing well. The folks that you help get back on their feet and stay on their feet are honoring their end of your bargain. And we're administering it, and we've got a wonderful group of folks that are doing that. We just passed also our very, very thorough audit of the federal resources of Hurricane Michael. Some of you will remember that we really thought that was a $2 billion enterprise. Then we got a little upset. I thought it was going to be about 500 million. Then they only gave us 347 million. Then when we proposed it to the producers of the state, they only requested 171 million. So that was what we actually administered. But my report to you today is, number one, we passed our audit with flying colors with the federal government and with state government. We'll close this program down and close those books here in the next couple of months. But here's another thing that I want you to know, and y'all might get on to me from an appropriation standpoint of this. When you deal with the federal government in these type of contracts, they say, oh, well, you're going to get $347 million. You can take 5% of that for administration. Y'all do the number on that. That's 17.3. There's no way in the world that should ever happen. That's one of the problems at the federal level with all of these things, is we just spend. Well, what happened? We came back down to 171 million, which was then times 5%, 8.3 million. And I told them it'll never happen. Our department, working with just a couple of outside advisors, we were able to administer this entire program for right at $1 million, not 8.3, but $1 million. And then once we got through that, and Jimmy Wilson, our CFO, we had to turn that money in last January 31st and complete the deal. Except it took till May for the federal government to tell them how to give the money back. So all of those kind of things kind of fit into the general rubric of what we find from time to time. But I want you to know that we've passed and we've served folks. You funded some food processing loans last year of some of the leftover state money, $7.8 million. We've funded a couple of those loans and we still have a high degree of interest to people. Senator Kennedy, our mutual friend in the food process, in the meat processing business, I hope there are going to be several other Joseph Egglobs that the money y'all approved last year are going to have some expanding protein and vegetable processing, but we've been working on that very hard. You approved last year for us to have new funding in our inputs division with respect to an agronomist and other folks helping with soil amendments. I know we're going to have some detailed reports in Chairman Dickey's committee here in a couple of weeks about that, but all those staff positions are funded and they're at work. Gate renewals, we finished the complete 3-year cycle now, so that everybody now is just a third of the people a year, and it's about $1.8 million a year that's coming in. I'm going to speak to that because the governor has addressed that in our budget proposal, where those monies go. Lastly, from standpoint of hemp was pretty, it's been an interesting year in hemp. We've finally got all the positions you funded, our legal officer, but we actually funded a license coordinator. And then we funded we found our liaison for law enforcement. And unfortunately, those are 2 of our employees. We lost both of them to COVID. Tragic for those families, but we're back almost fully running with that. Licenses are down, though. There is a glut in that market, and we're going to have to wait to see what future that holds in the next couple of years. But just want to give you that stewardship report of what y'all have done. If I could refer to the tracking document, all of our numbers are between pages 102 and 105. I'm going to address a lot of these bigger numbers in a combined fashion. And sometimes when we get to this meeting every year, I think it's important to remember how our budget is structured. We have 3 program areas. We live within our means in 3 program areas. It's marketing, administration, and consumer protection. That is the GDA proper. But, you know, we have a lot of other things that are attached to us, like the poultry labs, the veterinary diagnostic labs, and the Agri Center, and soil and water. So sometimes when you kind of go through our budget document, that's all under our top, but it's just those 3 program areas that are our employees. But we're doing various other things financially for those other state agencies. So I'm going to address these numbers in aggregate today, though. With respect to the governor's proposal on $5,000 pay increases, that's 2.567 million combined for all of the people that we help with. I'm very grateful for this. I would love, you know, we've got case study after case study that y'all have heard from corrections, from everybody else. But let me give you one of mine. We had a guy, wonderful young man, properly trained exactly for the job that he was doing. He'd been with us for 4 years, was a structural pest control inspector, and they had a bright future. His trajectory with us was as high as he wanted to go. He was single and he had an opportunity and he took it. He today is doing the same job for the Iowa Department of Agriculture, making $60,000 that we were paying him $36,000. And I think we all know, I've said for many years, this is my 12th budget that I've presented to you. I will put it in different phrases each year, but I would suggest to all of us that the ship of state of Georgia is sailing toward an iceberg. And that iceberg is, what do we hit? Who is going to run this government 5 and 10 years from now? And the things that we're doing with this package are very good, but it is going to be an ongoing thing that all of us are going to have to be committed to address. I want our folks we've made dramatic improvements in the last 11 years with our career paths, but I still have compaction in the middle when it comes to middle management and really having some of those steps. We have a very good strategic plan. I'll be curious as the discussions move forward on these macro numbers, if there's going to be an opportunity to have a little bit of flexibility and management flexibility within our own strategic plan. We did that with the money that you gave us last year. You gave us about $508,000 last year for salary adjustments. And this is a macro number here, but if there's any flexibility as we move throughout the session to discuss, does everybody have to be 5,000? I'm not contesting the governor's proposal. I'm just asking if there is any discussion. I'd be happy to present our strategic plan for consideration in the legislature, and perhaps we could that would serve us. If you look at the transfer of marketing to administration, that next point, that's within 2 of our budget areas where we've just had some out of balance on the books, and it's been going on for several years, but this is just a rewriting of the ship. No new money. It's just moving it from one column that helps us within those program areas, and OPB was appreciate the governor recognizing that request. Soil and Water does have $169,000 and 6 new vehicles you see there that have been proposed. If you fast forward to the 23 budget, that macro number for salaries is 3.5. The 320 to allow for the leave, those considerations is there, 1.2 for our employee part of the ERS. I think those are great proposals. I don't have the information at the tip of my finger as to how those numbers were, how that got to be $320,000. But I'm sure we'll be having those discussions as we move through the session. I think those are really good ideas. And then, as you know, there are always these things called state adjustments for some of the other things that just go up with the government. There's usually a blanket part of that, and that's what that $32,000 is. There are some cuts. Don't be alarmed. We're aware of these, and they're absolutely right. There's a couple of consumer protection vehicles actually that were already purchased, so those need to come off. We had, when we had our issues back during the COVID budget with farmers markets, and y'all put 120 grand back in to help us keep some markets open. We've actually been some miraculous things happen with overall profitability of the markets, and so that support level needs to come off because we're finding good where we need to be. You help rescue, and we've been good stewards of the money, and feel good about that proposal. Southwest Georgia project, I think, was a Senate ad last year that governors has backed off as I suppose as a one-time thing, and then same thing with the revenue replacement with the Ag Expo. When COVID hit, y'all put a little extra money along, and that's not needed anymore. You see that $500,000 transfer is on an annualized basis. There's a new element on here that's the governor announced right before Christmas, and there's a state government SNAP, basically, is the best way I know how to put it. A food assistance program that I don't know who the visionary author was back in the mid-90s. But it was one of those bills where and I was around here, not doing this job, but I have some, Gerald, I don't know who passed the bill, but it was a great idea, but we never funded it. It was one of those where there was a permissive thing put into law, but I don't know if it's ever had a dime of money put in it. The governor's proposed putting $800,000 in that cause for us to be able to purchase or to make available to the school for food banks to purchase directly from Georgia growers for products that can get through the food system, the food bank system. The only thing that I would take exception, and if you're reading the tracking document, I wish we wouldn't put in there that this is to solve some waste problem caused by farmers. That's not true. We do have produce that goes unused, but that's not because of any waste activity of the producer. That's just a little, my sensitivity of semantics, I guess. I hope it's going to be providing opportunity. And certainly we want to work with the Food Bank Network. The governor's got a great idea, and we agreed to work with them on that. You've put also, and I thank the governor for this. When you see this element that's called Agriculture Trust Fund, that was part of the dedication of fees, House Bill 511 last year. And now for the previous 11 years, many of you, Chairman Dickey would know very well, I have asked you to let us run the farmers markets and let us retain the fees and let us run the business and be accountable to you, which we are accountable to you. But the way we've had the money to run the markets is we've borrowed the money. We've always had bond packages of anywhere from $1 million to $3 million that we borrow money for 20 years. And when I got here 11 years ago, the team before me was buying light bulbs with 20-year money, which is just not a good way to run a business. And so we've never been able to get there until right now. So these dedicated fees will go, what you authorized in law last year was for some of these types of fees to come back to the market for market maintenance. So what we're going to be putting this in is in this trust fund. And in this trust fund, it'll be able to roll over, and we'll have a maintenance fund, and we're not borrowing any more money. We should be borrowing money to build buildings and do those kinds of things, capital projects, but not to pave parking lots. And so I thank the governor for the vision on this and appreciate his where that's gone. There's also $180,000 for maintenance costs at our poultry veterinary labs as well. There are two vision things or two opportunity things that I'd love to leave with you. No specific proposals on these, but I do know that there's some members of both the House and Senate that have interest in this. Don't know where the overall cap on the bond package is. I know that's not in the governor's proposal, but there are some steps that if there is some room to really look at another second phase of a building proposal at the Atlanta market. I know there's Chairman Dickey and others has some interest in that. And maybe of getting a little bit on both sides and coming back to a conference. We'll just wait and see. I don't know what the appetite of that, but I think we've got a good plan for both chairmen. I want you to know we've got a good plan for that. And if that discussion opportunity comes available. And the last one, and I know Senator Kennedy just left, but his constituent that I was speaking about, he's got one of the finest beef and pork processing plants that's been built in the state of Georgia forever. There's a lot of demand for that. I hope that Georgia Groms help boost that, but I think COVID's taught us some lessons too. And I've got a daughter and son-in-law. They're actually in that business of selling cattle directly, beef directly to consumers. I also know that they are booked with Senator Kennedy's constituent out through the end of 2023. They already have their harvest dates planned out for a year and a half. And that's because we just don't have protein capacity. I hope our loan programs that y'all funded are going to help us get a few more built. But once we build facilities, if they're going to open, I got to have an inspector. It comes right straight to Senator Kennedy's constituent. His business is expanding so much that he needs a second shift. And so Mr. Chairman, when we get to subcommittee, we may be talking to Chairman Houston about that, and put a little, if there's any room there, because once again, that's I'm glad to follow Pat Wilson. We're also in the economic development business as well. So yeah, these businesses can't open if they don't have some of our folks there working. So, Mr. Chairman, that's where we are today. I'm sure grateful for the opportunity to share the time with you and love taking questions you might have.
Thank you, Commissioner. It really was a thorough report. Appreciate the effort you put into it. Thank you again for helping with the schedule as well. You do have a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
Representative Al Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I like the ring of that, Commissioner Williams. I'll give that some thought. But thank you, Commissioner. Let me just ask you, I have a couple of things and I'll try and condense them. You mentioned losing a person that you really hated to lose, obviously, to another state agency in another state. My first question, and I'll give you all my questions together, is have you got in your mind what it will take in salary increases to be truly competitive and retain good people? That's first. The second one is, have you considered in your bond packages, not the big markets, but many markets in urban food deserts?
Yes, sir.
It is very difficult, like in Savannah, go to Garden City, your transportation's a problem. It's not much you can put on the bus to carry back home. Right. And there are a lot of food deserts throughout Georgia, urban food deserts. And finally, gives me concern to see $500,000 leave marketing and go to administrative when the story needs to be told bigger, I think, than reducing it. And the story can't be told. I don't care how much I might like McDonald's until they tiptoe across television and other places, it ain't really a story.
Right. Thank you, my friend. And if I begin my answer with, I would hope I'd have this opportunity, and you've presented it, for me to personally thank you for 2 years ago sitting right here and paid me one of the greatest compliments of my career in our exchange as you asked your question. I'll never forget it, and I appreciate that. And some others, I'm not even going to, that's between me and Representative Williams, but I'll always cherish that. First, let's talk about food deserts. I just had a great meeting with Senator Harold Jones. He chaired that study committee over the course of the summer, looking at the food security issues. I think the name of the committee was Food Insecurity. I challenged them a while ago that we should be encouraging people. I want to improve food security. I don't like fighting insecurity. I think it's the same thing, but it's all the way how you say it. I think we arrived at a wonderful opportunity for Georgia Grown to come alongside his ideas from a standpoint of access and information, capturing data about where food is. How do you even right down to elementary as recipes and what you do. Please talk to the senator. I think we hit on a really, really good idea about an hour and a half ago. And I think he's got a budget idea that I don't even think, I think we can do it even within our own framework within Georgia Grown to pursue that, to help him and help address some of the things that you've mentioned, Representative. Here's the challenge that we face. I cannot speak to other agencies, but I can speak to what I know. And I know that when I started here 11 years ago in this budget, and it took us either the second or the third year to get the enhancement. I was trying to find somebody to work in Atlanta or Savannah or anywhere in the state to inspect fuel pumps. And that starting salary was $20,800. Now, y'all supported my strong, and Governor Deal supported my strong request to get that somewhat out of the cellar. But if you look at, we couldn't go from 20,000 to 40,000. So we got it up to starting salaries at 28. And then those inspectors that require a college degree, we got them from like 27 to 31.5, give or take. That's still where we are. We were able to get one good shot. But one of the challenges that we have is when we have an infusion of money in on the starting side, you can raise them, but what that does is compress the middle. And that's what we've been working on for I come to you in the 12th budget cycle, and every year we sit down and look, how do we improve the career paths so that someone could reasonably come to work here and say, I'm going to start here. If I do my job, if I meet the things and I get to be inspector 3 or I get to be a supervisor, then there's a growth pattern for me and for my family. And I believe that's what this government should do. That's what I've been doing. But we've just not been able to get all of that there. And see, in my world, we're not talking about a lot of money. I mean, I could have a couple of $5 million infusions just in our deal, and you could probably sail our ship for 5, 6, 7 years on a pretty good trajectory. And so I'm concerned about that. I have been since the day I got here, and I think it's going to be an ongoing challenge. To how do we want to attract the best folks? You do. The consumers of this state expect, I've said it this way in a football terms, folks want me to win the Super Bowl every day. When it comes to food safety, you want me to win the Super Bowl every day. And the consumers are really not even tolerant of a fumble during the game. And so in order to do that, we have to put the best team on the field. And we have a great team, a wonderful team. But I get cherry picked. We get a good young person and the federal government hires them up. Sometimes for twice what we pay. And so, Representative, I hope that helps on the answers. Thank you, sir.
Representative Hawkins.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, sir.
This is a policy question that could lead to a revenue question later. Will Schofield, he's been talking to you about the meat processing cutting plant in Hall County, which, I think it's a great idea. Only a few schools in the nation have been doing this, where the high school on the FFA property they have up there will actually start a program with instructors dealing with our local farmers that can sell on small volumes. How are you on that project? I know he's been talking to you about that.
I'm very well aware of it, and I'm hopeful. Matter of fact, I know our team, when he first started from our meat inspection animal division,
Right.
we've offered. I mean, I haven't seen drawings, but we've offered suggestions, baseline suggestions. If you're going to do it, here's the way. Here's some things that you've got to consider, because what you don't want in that environment is somebody. It happens from time to time. Somebody goes off and builds something. And it would have been a whole lot better off if we can hold your hand while you're talking to your architect, because the drain's got to be here and this has got to be here. And there's a flow that where our people can be very helpful as they're, and so I know we've been engaged at that level. But once again, if he opens And if he intends to sell that product at retail, which I know he does he wants to have a retail
And the
facility.
school system, but right.
That's right.
Right.
It has, well, there's two things if he's going to serve the school system. Well, let's come back to retail.
Right.
Y'all, anywhere, anybody tells you that something has to be stolen and sold in the state of Georgia, has to be USDA inspected, that is not accurate. You can have a state inspection which is just the same. It is the same as, equal to, the principle is called equal to. So our meat inspectors have and they can put a state of Georgia seal on it, and then it can be sold anywhere in Georgia, it just can't be sold in Alabama. Then there's a level where we have our inspectors working with the federal government under a program that's called the Talmud Jacobs Act. And the TA inspectors is when my inspector changes the color of his coat and the color of his hard hat, and then he has the federal stamp. And that's a bureaucratic thing that was set up back in the 60s, but it works because at least it's not a federal inspector, it's our state employee, and the federal government, say, pays for half of that program. And so to get in school lunch, I'm almost certain he's going to have to come through a TA situation.
Right. But you could help them with that.
Mhm.
Right. Okay. So in your opinion, this is a plausible idea?
I think it's not only plausible, I think we need about 10 more in the state. And I think first of all, from a training of, there's an enormous deficit of people who can be butchers, can be anywhere in that technical field. And plus, we would love to be able to poach a few of those folks to actually come be inspectors too. So, and Will Schofield is, as the old saying goes, he may not be in a class of himself as school superintendent, but the class he's in, it doesn't take long to call roll.
Yeah.
He's a mighty good one.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Commissioner, for being here today with us.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
I have two questions. One is the example you gave us about the gentleman that left for another opportunity to make more money. What would you think would be the percentage of your staff in your department that has left us for that one reason? And then also, my other question is, do you have any openings now in your department?
Chairman, it is I'll be happy to provide the members of the committee for every percentage of every one of our folks, every one of our divisions. But I can tell you with respect to food safety and meat inspection, two things that you want us to do really, really well. That turnover is north of 30% annually. Okay, here's the thing. Let's shoot over to the let's shoot over to this agronomist position. When y'all dealt with a couple of bills on soil amendments and good things. We've got a really good program put together on that. So we're gonna hire an agronomist to come to work for the Department of Agriculture. I advertised that, which we kind of thought we could get it there. We advertised that at $65,000. I didn't get an applicant. We never got an applicant for that position. So what did we do? We cannibalized inside because some of the folks that I have now in professional positions said $65,000 is a lot of money and I won't apply for that. So we pulled them up, which is great. And we've got good, mind you, the program's going to be run right. I've got two good people that have filled the things that y'all have, but now I have to go back into the marketplace and backfill from where those folks came from. Hemp, it took us it's taken me almost a year to fill that position for a HILP licensing coordinator that y'all funded. And I guess it's probably, that's not too uncommon with anybody else's business, but it's certainly a big challenge. And Chairman, I said, what was your second question? Or did I?
Do you have any openings in your department now?
Any openings?
I think he was
Yes,
asking
sir.
for a
Yes,
job.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Openings. Yes, sir. We will routinely, we will hover any, I get HR reports every Monday. That's one of the first things we do. And we're hovering anywhere from 25 to 40 every week, which, you know, is running about, Jimmy, what, 7-8% of our workforce. But it's a revolving door. That's if we talked about the revolving door, we'd be up north of a third of our workforce. And it's just, that's a big challenge.
Representative Dukes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How you doing this morning, Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
Listen, we certainly want to thank you for the job that you do as a commissioner of the state. I mean, I think you have really represented us well in that capacity. I am also gravely concerned about your strategic plan, and maybe we might have to do this at another date, for the recruitment and retention of employees in your department. There is no way that we will be able to continue at the pace that we're going at the salaries that we're paying. I think Walmart and Sam's pays their warehouse workers $35,000, $36,000 a year. And we're expecting people with technical expertise and degrees to begin at that capacity. So at some point, I don't know whether it will be at this meeting or at the other subcommittee meeting, I would like for you to see if you can specifically address your strategic plan for that. My other question is this, observation. We are what we eat. And that has a grave impact on the health of Georgians. And I would like to know over at the department, how do we address that specific concern?
Okay. Representative, how will we, what was the specific concern? We are what we
eat. And since the Department of Agriculture is so much involved in producing what we eat, is there anything that we do specifically to speak to Georgians on how we eat better from a nutritional standpoint?
Sure. I think on a broad scale, one of the primary reasons of starting Georgia Grown was to have a consumer interface. So you build those relationships where the communication go by so that people understand a little more about the food supply, where it comes from, where I can buy it, what kind of food it is. Is it organic? Is it not? Is it grass fed? Is it cage free? Or is it just regular? And I think that when you look at our web resources, our interaction with social media, when you look at how we're interfacing with consumers, it's a considerably different environment than it was 11 years ago, and that's one I'm very proud of that. From a standpoint, if I understand the question correctly, and I'm not being difficult, on the inspection side of food safety, I'm ensuring the integrity of that. That's divided in two different areas. One is in retail, and the other is food manufacturing. Our folks are
thoroughly trained in everything we have to do to comply with respect to making sure sanitation is what it is, the product is what it is. On beef and meat, those kind of things, we actually have a couple of investigators that make sure everything's labeled correctly. Make sure that temperatures are where they're supposed to be. That's what those folks do. But I'm when we talk about knowing what we eat and where it comes from, and we look at if this was a part of the question, I think it may be. The whole country of origin labeling issue at the federal level has been a huge debate for 20 years. You'll have beef producers that I don't think support that. And the reason is there's so many cattle that cross the border from Canada to Mexico and America that there's just no way to accurately track that. But this is what I've always said. It gets back to the free choice of all of us. I told a group Wednesday morning, they were questioning me about Chinese ownership of Smithfield. I don't like it that they own Smithfield. But, they asked me what I'm going to do about it. I said, well, here's what I'd do about it if I were you. If you don't like that, don't buy their bacon. We have fueled this as a nation by thinking everything we want at the tip of our finger should be available 24/7, 365. And we've fueled this. And so if we want to walk our walk and buy Georgia grown and support our local farmers at small, medium, large, wherever they come from, then that's how we need to respond in the marketplace. And I think the market's still very powerful, and it's a way to answer some of the other things that sometimes we may want to do through regulations. Representative, my friend, I hope I hope I've hit most of your question.
Well, you did. I guess where I was really trying to go to was this, is that our children will live shorter lifespans than we will. And a lot of that has to do with what it is that they're eating. It also addresses the health of Georgians because of what it is that they eat. I don't know, since I've been around state government, is there anybody who speaks to that, to educate Georgians and to make sure that we are healthy based on the choices that we're making when we eat?
That's a good point. I'll be happy to. I'll dive deeper into it with you personally, if that's what you'd like for me to do.
Senator C.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do you recall several years ago when I met you at the farmers market in Clayton County with kids where we did the pizza farm? On the same track that Representative Dukes, we have to train up children to know what's going in their bodies and what's going to help them grow up to be strong individuals. Would you agree?
Yes, ma'am. I think, ma'am, yes. And y'all, I apologize for being hard-headed today, but y'all, it is extremely hard for me. Would you mind asking that again, ma'am?
I was just
Before I
asking-
agree, I want to make sure I heard that right.
Yeah, I was basically asking about raising kids to understand better
yes,
what goes into their bodies.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, ma'am. And that's why I will appeal, even though it is not under my roof, it is under my general interest from agriculture, is that I will always appeal to you to doing the proper things before H and FFA, of having that's how we address kids. But then there are other student organizations, what we should be reaching out to young people and making those, we make lots of investments in their education. I will always say that where the food comes from, how it's produced, and what your nutrition should be, ought to be a part of that well-rounded education.
One last question, and it is a personal question, and it is from me to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen the agriculture display I had put in this Capitol?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. We need to keep people learning and understanding more about food and how it's grown and how we get it to protect our bodies. Thank you.
Can I have one more, Mr. Chairman, from the standpoint of her to me? You remember who asked the Rules Committee Chairman to put that on the calendar for you?
Me. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Chairman Knight. Representative Knight. Representative Al Williams.
Mr. Chairman, just quickly, I've been amazed, sir, since you miraculously turned a meat cutter into an agronomist. I know, and where do you advertise for jobs? And in the legislature, there are a lot of people here used to working for nothing and never getting a pay raise. So you might need to tell us about how a legislator can become an agronomist and have time off for at least 3 months, and where you advertising jobs.
We'll spare you that one, Commissioner, and move to Representative Hewley.
Isn't that where you say the representative knows of what he speaks or something like that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Commissioner, for doing all those questions and your presentation. Is there a way for us to get a synopsis or report regarding the loan program that you talked about and where those loans went?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, would you provide that?
Yes, ma'am.
The second thing, it's probably more of a comment than a question. It appears that the state of Georgia needs to do a salary study and fund it and pay our people in order for us to address the turnover and all the things that you've been talking about.
Thank you.
Representative Buckner.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, this is really just a comment. I've had the opportunity to work with Amy Carter, the editor of the Market Bulletin, and I think she does an absolutely amazing job. And living real close to the border, I have people that are friends in Alabama that come and want to get my copy of the Market Bulletin. So she's doing a great job, and I just wanted to commend you and her and hope you can pay her well and keep her.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, she's a treasure. And if anybody, lest anybody thinks the Market Bulletin is not still popular, there's somewhere around 40,000 people still subscribe. On my first deals 11 years ago, I went to a Rotary Club in Vinings. I made a presentation that I thought was wonderful. I was expecting some technical questions in Vinings. I was the first commissioner of agriculture to ever speak to the Rotary Club in Vinings. And when I finished, I said, "Are there any questions today?" And it waited and it waited. And the guy sitting about where Representative Mathis is raised his hand. He said, "Son, I don't care what you do, but I'm telling you what, don't you ever touch that Market Bulletin. I'll never vote for you again." So it's popular even in Vinings. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Are there any?
I think you've exhausted the questions. Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Thank you,
Appreciate
sir.
you being here today.
Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
We now have a break in the schedule for lunch. Remember, we will start back at 1:30. Chairman England, anything you want to say before then?
No, sir, other than just be sure to be back here and in your seats at 1:30, and we'll try to keep us on time and on track this afternoon. Thank you.
We'll get back on schedule and get going again. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. And our next presenter will be Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger. Secretary Raffensperger, thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Chairman Tillery, Chairman England, committee. Thank you for letting us come and discuss the proposed amended 22 and fiscal 23 budgets here today. I understand this is just the opening session, so we'll have other opportunities to get together. As you know, our budget covers several divisions: corporations, elections, professional licensing, investigations, and securities and charities. There's been some realignment of personnel that I will go into in more detail surrounding the cemeteries. And like all parts of Georgia's government, the biggest budget change involves the raise for employees. And in the amended budget, we are getting desperately needed vehicles to replace much of our aging fleet of vehicles for investigations. Thank you. Outside of that, we are essentially flat in our operational budget. I will go through each division and outline our priorities and challenges. First up is corporations. You may notice that there are no state dollars going to fund this important division. We are 100% self-funded. That is from expedite fees paid by users. A bit over $400,000 of state dollars was removed during the round of cuts as we prepared to deal with COVID. That said, we will be doing the pay raises that are proposed in the budget for the 48 positions we have in this division as a matter of fairness for those employees. It will run us about $390,000 to match that raise. Corporations has been running smoothly while we made many upgrades, including the allowing for the multi-year renewals. That was the fruit of legislation I sponsored when I was in the House. And with my colleagues that support that legislation, I want to thank you again. It was very well received by business owners. In fiscal 2021, 118,400 businesses renewed using the multi-year option. Like you, we want to make doing business as easy as possible here in Georgia, and this is part of that process. In the last fiscal year, despite COVID, we saw a record new corporation formation with 345,503 new filings. I think that's awesome, and I know you do too. That is an 82% increase over fiscal year 2020 and a 112% increase over fiscal 2019. This office processed a total of all corporation filings of 1,414,301. That is obviously a record number. And our team did this with no state dollars allocated. Further, this division has brought in approximately $50 million so far for state coffers in the fiscal year. These numbers point to the fact we have a strong entrepreneurial population who want to pursue their dreams in the best state in which to do business. And our office is doing all we can to make that a reality. And I want to thank Anika Walker, my Director of Corporations, and her team for doing such a great job. Next up is our professional licensing division. We have 42 licensing boards that currently license 544,969 people in various trades and professions. COVID has provided many unique challenges to the work being done in this division. The pandemic has drastically increased the workload here as thousands of Georgians are looking to change their career. Because of this, we are seeing record applications. There's already been growth because of population gain, but the pandemic just kicked it into high gear. We have seen a growth of applications from approximately 1,100 applications per week to now an average of approximately 1,500 per week. While we have imposed policies and procedures to issue record numbers of licenses each week, the volume is continuing to grow. To echo Governor Kemp's comment this morning, Georgia is #1 in quit rate, #2 in separation rate, and #3 for job openings. This dynamic is especially true for PLB. The raises will help, but likely won't be enough to close the gap alone. My team saw the situation and began a process of analysis and assessment to outline what we will need in a new technological system. That is an ongoing process that will help with getting Georgians to work. Through policy changes, we are already seeing a drop of over 20% for applications between 60 to 90 days. The vast majority of the issues we see are incomplete filings by applicants. Our plan is to have our upgraded processing plan help to head off those issues and get the applicant to submit complete applications, which will allow us to be in the best position to help us reach their goal of licensure. Like you, I know we want to make sure both active military and military spouses get priority and as easy a path as possible to being properly licensed. Our policy already places all of them at the front of the line to be processed. This new system will allow for better tracking to assure that we'll be able to process as quickly as possible. We're also aware of the nursing shortage, so we put more resources on our nursing board, what we call Healthcare 3, to move as many nurses into the field as possible. And by more resources, I mean more personnel. This remains a priority for our office. This all said, I still believe we need to modernize and streamline our licensing rules and laws and further fundamentally review who actually requires a license. I've always believed that we need to work together to make it as easy as possible for Georgians to pursue the career they want. That is how we stay the #1 state in order to do business. The next division I'd like to review is securities and charities. I'm grateful for the governor's budget proposal that has incorporated the realignment of resources that we requested. Our office wanted to make sure that the cemeteries board had the support they need to protect Georgians. To assure we met that goal, I directed that the cemeteries board be moved to the more financially focused securities division and our great division director, Ms. Nuala Zaharis. They have the staff knowledge to properly examine the financial reporting of cemeteries. Cemetery owners have an important trust with people's money that prepay for both burials and upkeep, and we can't allow scammers to take advantage of Georgians. We have seen this move already produce results, so aligning the staff positions and their support resources under securities is a positive development. We also work with Securities and Exchange Commission on investigations that have led to prosecutions, working sometimes in conjunction with our Attorney General. Securities and Charities is another lean organization that is proposed to spend only $1,135,781 for fiscal 2023, and it will bring in approximately $15 million in fees for the state. So that brings us to the final chapter, and that is elections. You may be aware that there's been some discussion around the division and this topic over the past few years. I want to let all of you know that our priority remains running secure elections that all Georgians can understand, that they were fair, secure, and accurate. This environment has not made that an easy task, but none of us ran for office to do easy things. We ran to do the right thing for Georgians. Since 2016 in Georgia, we've had people making claims about our elections from all sides. I will continue to do what I see as the right thing to secure our elections. I have directed the reorganization to account for the new system, security, and training necessary to keep our overall voting system secure and prepared for any eventualities. This means making our election liaisons focused on both support of the counties in their role of running elections and training to help them help themselves. We have some specific enhancements that we are looking to continue or add with what we have learned from the 2020 election. These include focused cybersecurity IT employees dedicated to security for both the voter registration system, the election management systems, and voting systems, including the equipment. We will continue ballot tracking of absentee ballots to allow voters to track their ballots through the voting process. We are going to enhance inventory controls on both ballot security, paper, and equipment, including barcode technology, and randomized hash auditing of scanners and BMDs in the counties by a third-party lab. And also building out technology for chain of custody on all ballots to allow for greater transparency of the process. We will also increase post-election audits and add additional laser scanners to allow for thorough verification of security paper for both the state and the counties. Security, both physical security of our elections and cybersecurity is, I know we have heard about this, but it's true, a race with no finish line. We will continue to invest in keeping our overall system secure and still easily accessible for all Georgia voters. I also stand committed to see the Election Integrity Act, SB 202, fully implemented. We have implemented much of the law and are working to get it all done for the 2022 cycle. I am grateful to have had our office to be so involved in the drafting of most of the law, and this has been so mischaracterized for political purposes. This is a good, solid improvement in election administration in most of the law. We launched a new voting system in the middle of a pandemic, and we, working to support the counties, had a general election with record registrations, record turnout, with all three methods of voting still available for our voters: early voting, no excuse absentee by mail, and election day voting, done safely and available for every Georgia registered voter. Further, we had average wait times of 3 minutes on the afternoon of November election day. From an election administration point of view, we hope to see the same success in 2022. With your support, we will. Finally, we come to investigations. I will never skip this opportunity to let you, the budget writers, know we need more investigators and more resources for them. I know we focus on elections investigations, which coming out of 2018, we're at a record level, and then a record level of investigations coming out of 2020. My office, working with the state election board, have done a record number of referrals to the Attorney General's office for violation of election law and state election board rules. That said, our investigators have other responsibilities, as well as in support of items like investigating reports to the Professional Licensing Board. This division also covers inspections of facilities for safety and to help stop potential criminal activity not related to investigations. Despite the increased volume of investigations from fiscal 19 to fiscal 21, we have lowered the average number of days for an investigation from 103 days to 111. We also did a record number of inspections in fiscal 21 of 12,222. But with the increased number of facilities, number of businesses, and increasing number of complaints driven by population alone, we need more investigators and inspectors to properly meet the demand. I do want to let you know I'm very grateful for the appropriation of 23 vehicles. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We needed those for our investigators to replace those that have already reached the end of their useful life. We had cars out there that had well over 150,000 miles. And we were spending lots of money on repairs just to keep them going. Our hardworking, post-certified officers need these vehicles in running condition. So again, I am grateful that you have included them in your proposal, and I hope you will look at them favorably. The elections investigations have taken a lot of bandwidth for our investigators. These 20 men and women cover investigations beyond that, but are also important. So as I said, when I began with the investigations division, I would never want to miss an opportunity to ask for more post-certified investigators to help carry this large and growing workload. I anticipate 2022 will be another year of unexpected challenges and successes. I want to thank you for your work, for the people who represent I and my staff are stand ready to help you and our shared constituents to meet the goals you want to. Also, Mr. Chairman, you asked Gabriel Sterling earlier, we will be spending over $3 million to send out the postcards once the districts lines are all set, and they'll be going out from the counties, and that's will be something that will hit our budget also. I stand for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your presentation. Are there any questions from members in the audience? Representative Dickey, Chairman Dickey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, thank you for those comments. I know you spent a lot of time talking about professional licensing boards, and that's my question is, you said you had a lot of increased applications, and do you think that's temporary? I know some of our professional licensed personnel in the state are a little disappointed in the time it's taken to get some license renewed and things. Is that situation getting better, or what's the timeline for improving that service?
Well, first of all, I don't think quantity is going to go away. With population growth, we'll continue to see strong growth. Earlier, probably late spring, early summer, Gabriel Sterling, our Chief Operating Officer, spent several days a week down in the Macon office. And we've streamlined the process that they've been going through, and we've reduced the time to get responses back to people. But at the end of the day, it's an office that is challenged with manpower resources, and that's one of the challenges we have. Takes in about 10 million, takes in about $20 million, and it spends about 10 million. And if we had more resources for additional people, we could help reduce that. But we will be looking at streamlining that with a new operating system that we believe will really help every license holder have a uniform process and reduce that further. And we understand, we hear from that. I'm a licensed civil engineer, structural engineer, and general contractor, but our nurses are the largest licensed professional, and I want to make sure I keep them happy too.
Thank you, Secretary. Representative Hughley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Mr. Secretary, you mentioned about the short wait times in this last election. What was the range of the wait times?
In the afternoon, when we were tracking that, at our location, in the afternoon when I tracked that, I screenshot actually when it was mostly 3 minutes, and at one period it actually went down to 2 minutes. The longest I saw on the leaderboard was 50 minutes. So actually everything was under 1 hour. With SB 202, you have actually required now counties to keep those lines shorter than 1 hour. I think that's a good thing. We all hate long lines. We hate them on Monday morning at Chick-fil-A, and we hate them when we show up to vote for elections. But the longest line I saw on my leaderboard, and I could pull out my old photos, and I can get a copy of that to you if you'd like, but I believe it was 50 minutes was the longest. So the counties really had done a great job compared to what we had in the middle of the pandemic in the June 2020 primary.
Do you remember where that 50 minutes was?
No, but I had the screenshot, so I'll pull it off my phone and send it to you.
Thank you.
It was Northwest Georgia. There, thank you, Gabriel. Thank you for we'll follow up on that later.
Do you have any questions online? No questions online. Any other questions in the audience? Mr. Secretary, thank you again for your presentation.
Thanks.
Hope you have a good afternoon. And next, we'll hear from the Chairman of the Public Service Commission, Commissioner Tricia Pridemore.
You have answers. It's just 3 slides. It's pretty easy. Good afternoon. Hello. Thank you, Chairman Tillery, Chairman England. Thank you to the members of the General Assembly for this opportunity to present on behalf of the Georgia Public Service Commission. I am proud to serve a 2-year term as its chairman. 2022 will be a very busy year at the PSC. In addition to our regularly scheduled commission-led hearings, which we meet 4 times a month, we will also have a Georgia Power Integrated Resource Plan, which sets a 20-year strategic plan for electricity generation and distribution, a Georgia Power rate case, an Atlanta gas site rate review, and 2 additional cases for Plant Vogtle Units 3 and 4. I would be remiss if I didn't note at this time that during the time of the pandemic, we never missed one of those regularly scheduled hearings. We have 2 committee hearings a month, as well as 2 administrative hearings. And then we have administrative law judges that also do individual hearings for casework as well. But your commission was completely functional throughout the entire pandemic. Let's go to slide 1. Let's talk a little bit about the Plant Vogtle expansion. It is still underway, with Unit 3 expected to move into service later this year and Unit 4 in 2023. We have 2 construction monitoring cases before us this year as we prepare for the prudency hearings, which determine the final cost impacts. We're at the table with the federal government and every entity involved in bringing the first new nuclear construction project in the United States in 30 years to fruition. Once complete, this carbon-free baseload energy will continue to solidify Georgia as the #1 place for business and the #1 place for market-driven clean energy. Go to slide 2. Let's hope it looks better than the first one. There we go. Rural broadband expansion. The Georgia Public Service Commission has been at the forefront of Georgia's rural broadband expansion since the General Assembly passed SB 2 in 2019 and HB 244 in 2020. Because of this collaboration, 19 of the 41 electric membership co-ops now offer broadband to unserved and underserved areas in Georgia. Our staff continues through the cost allocation process, and our knowledge and understanding of federal support programs to states continues to grow. So far, 6,974 miles of fiber has been designed, affecting over 900,000 meters, including 95,000 electric poles, with 1,391 miles of infrastructure make-ready already complete. Much of this work has been done in cooperation with partnerships with local rural telephone companies, of which our state has 31, as well as with the cable providers. This is an area that we see Georgia to continue to grow in, not just in 2022, but also into the future. Go to slide 3 for me. The third and final slide I have for you today is on electric vehicles. In 2019, the PSC began the EV Make-Ready expansion in that integrated resource plan. This allowed for transmission hardening and reinforcement, plus the elimination of charging deserts across the state. With the rapid adoption of EVs, the PSC turns our attention now to reliable and durable power to those charging stations pretty much anywhere in Georgia. The need for voltage increases will be a major topic in this integrated resource plan. And additionally, the General Assembly can choose to expand the footprint of where charging stations can be located. And for that transmission reinforcement, that's where the PSC comes in. And we are looking to be able to get as many Georgians plugged into an EV that sees fit to. In fiscal year 2021, the PSC returned $1,032,796 to the state treasury in collected fees and fines. That is more than double the FY 2020 returns of $521,305. We recently fully implemented the PeopleSoft financial system and are now using the same technology for agency management as other state agencies. As the PSC has explained in prior budget presentations, we have significantly fewer employees than in the past. We're down from 108 at the pre-recession peak. We currently have 72 full-time employees doing the work that's constitutionally required in any special projects as provided by the General Assembly. Myself and the other 4 PSC commissioners are grateful to Governor Kemp for raises that his budget provides for PSC staff and for the funding of legal representation and electronic document management. Today, we ask the Joint Committee to consider appropriating an additional $962,886 to restore 9 of the lost positions, namely in the areas of engineering and financial analysis, putting us at 81 of the 108 positions. Lastly, I'd like to thank Chairmans England and Chairman Tillery for the outreach regarding the integrated resource plan and its potential impact on local school systems. If power generation plants are decommissioned, we recognize that there is an impact in QBE, and the commission and myself stand ready to assist. I also look forward to sitting down with Chairman England to discuss home power needs for effective EV charging. With that, I'm available to the committee for questions.
Thank you, Chairman Pridemore. We have a couple of questions. I think the first one is Representative Mary Margaret Oliver.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes, hi,
Chairman.
Representative Paul.
Last week, the federal EPA advised the state that its change in coal ash pond decommissioning was changing significantly. Does that require you to ask Georgia Power for new plans on their coal ash pond decommissioning, or procedurally tell me how you're going to implement these new rules?
Very good question, Representative Oliver. So coal combustion residual asset recovery obligations, that's CCR-ARO, and we do that within the rate case proceeding. Thankfully, this EPA advisement came in before the company has filed their 2022 rate case. We do expect that to be updated. There are 19 coal ash active sites across the state, and we believe that the EPA's changes affect about 6 of them. It is a little premature until we get the NOPR that goes along with it to where we truly understand what the impact could be. Once we receive that back, I expect that the company would file their 2022 rate case with those changes reflected.
May I ask one follow-up? You have issued some rulings on approval of the plans for Georgia Power. Have any of those approved plans now been contradicted by the EPA action last week?
We issue approval of the recovery of the cost of those plans, but we only do that once the EPA and EPD has issued approval. So we're not environmental regulators, we're financial and market regulators. So we wait until we get the advisement from the environmental recovery agencies first.
Okay, we got one online question from Chairman Don Parsons. He's asking to please describe what the PSC has done specifically to better enable the EMCs, electric membership cooperatives, to provide broadband to rural Georgia.
Thank you, Chairman Parsons. So as part of SB 2 that was passed by this General Assembly in 2019, it allowed the EMCs to enter into the broadband business, but with that came a cost allocation process. That is to ensure that an electric ratepayer in the state of Georgia is not financing broadband delivery and technology to within that coverage footprint. So our telecommunications staff works through the CAM process, as we call it, to be able to oversee the finances of the EMC, make sure there's no cost allocation, trip ups there, make sure that what's being done in particular by the EMC, that they're covering that through their own financial means and not through the work of their electric ratepayers. Most of the time, what we're finding within these 19 EMCs is they're doing this work through a partnership. And it's facilitating those partnerships that the PSC has been such an active part of, whether it be with rural telephone providers, whether it be with cable. We're excited to see Governor Kemp and the grants that we're expecting to be able to continue this rural broadband work. But it's really been through the establishment of partnerships and shared resources.
Chairman Hofstadler.
Thank you. Good to see you, Commissioner. And I think you said there were going to be 3 electricity rate increases this year, 2 related to Plant Vogtle, if I understood right. The question I've got, I know the Vogtle was supposed to be on in 2017, which I believe may have been even before you were appointed, but obviously where we are right now. So the consumers right now are going to have some pretty big cost overruns to pay for, but because of the structure of the upcharge, profit upcharge on all the cost overruns, the profit of Georgia Power is going to go from a little over 7 billion to over at least 12 billion. Do you think the consumers should pay just for the cost overruns, or should they pay the cost overruns and an additional 5+ billion in profit?
I can only speak to the Plant Vogtle cases and the testimony that's been presented to the commission so far. We are currently under an ex parte for VCM 25. And that was through any budgeted items that had already been presented and before the commission back to VCM 17. So I'll speak to what I believe to be what's presented to this date without violating ex parte on the case. So Plant Vogel and Plant Bowen are really two separate issues. And I want to be very clear. I didn't say that there's going to be 3 rate increases this year. I said we've got 1 rate case, 2 VCMs, and then an AGL rate case as well. So those are kind of apples and oranges. One's more strategic planning. One is rate recovery of what's already been approved. In the case of Plant Bowen, I do expect that we'll see a filing by the company to look very closely at units 1 and 2 at Bowen, which are aged coal units with also aged scrubber technology on them, which is very difficult for the state to get approved new scrubber technology from the EPA at the federal level. On Vogel's side, though, I think that what we're going to see there is we're going to see the company come back in prudency with what they believe the ratepayer should cover over the cost of the project over what's already been budgeted. They have already met the max budget obligation that the commission's already approved.
Profit is warranted or not. Is that what you're saying?
I would not without testimony. No, sir.
Chairman Ben Watson.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate that. Thank you for what you're doing. Can you just sort of help from an educational standpoint, give an overview of the electric vehicle charging stations, public charging stations, private charging stations? I know there's some that are popping up along, where I drive on I-16 at some of the service stations. Just sort of a little quick overview in the future. So how they go hand in hand with what's coming online, whether it's Rivian or the Lightning, that kind of thing.
Great question, Chairman Watson. So EVs are a very excited growth area for the state of Georgia. But where we really specialize at the commission is in recovery of the cost of transmission and distribution, as well as what's needed to increase voltage capabilities at a residential house, So if we want to be able to go home and charge our Tesla, what is it going to take to be able to improve the electrical prowess of our homes so that we can have a Tesla charging station, some type of fast charger there? Also, we've worked, in addition to Make Ready, which is what we call that transmission distribution work, we also have done a lot within deserts. Recently, we solved a desert that was going on in Lee County, basically getting people from Valdosta to Albany. So there's areas of the state and pockets of the state where we don't want to see somebody get out with their EV and just basically get stranded. And so the amount of recovery work that we're telling Georgia Power that they can recover through customers is primarily to solve those deserts, but also in the transmission Make Ready. There is some upgrade work that has to take place as we continue to look for more and more ways to electrify parts of our lives, whether that be with smart home technology or with electric vehicles. And to be able to do that, we're going to have to not only increase our transmission and distribution system, but also continue to work on ways to keeping it secure.
Chairman Sam Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, thank you for being here. It sounds like you've got a lot going on, and you mentioned that 2022 would be a busy year for you as well. And I was just curious, you are the Public Service Commission, and I was just curious how the public were attending your meetings and how you were doing from a space standpoint. And is the public allowed to come into your meetings, and are you able to accommodate this workload in your current space, and just things from that aspect?
Thank you, Chairman Watson. We're tight. I'll be really blunt. We're tight. We have, because of the pandemic, we have sort of changed out the public accessibility framework for our hearings. We had a public forum that was a wide-scale public forum that was slated for the 19th of this month that we've had to push back because of this recent uptick in COVID. But we have a small hearing room on the first floor of 244 Washington Street. We have everything about our agency is completely publicly accessible. And so it would be great for us to be able to expand a little bit, especially now since COVID, we can't do our large scale public forums like we used to because we just simply don't have the room to hold people.
We have several more questions, but we're starting to run low on time. We're going to take one more. One of the other earlier people to light up their button, Senator Lucas.
Yes. What is happening with the rate increase at Vogel when the law allows Georgia Power a profit? And where is the taxpayer or the ratepayer involved with it? Because it's almost like we going back to CWIP, construction work in progress, when they were trying to get the ratepayers to actually pay for all of the construction. And I understand that during the period, Georgia Power had some folks bankrupt on her, or they fired them because they didn't do what they were supposed to do. And so there was an increase in the construction costs. Well, where's the ratepayer in between the Public Service Commission and Georgia Power as far as the rate they're going to pay on the overcosts or the overruns at plant?
That's a very good question, Senator Lucas, and dovetails with Senator Hofstetler's. So in a nutshell, the PSC has already awarded the recovery of all of the budget that has been outlined for Georgia Power up to this point on Plant Vogtle Units 3 and 4. In addition to that, CWIP, Construction Work in Progress, or the NCCR tariff, is still in effect. That was passed by this General Assembly several years ago. And what we've done, though, is as the project has continued to age, we have at the commission been able to lower the amount that's collected on a monthly basis through CWIP. So at this point, the company has exhausted the recovery that was awarded to them in VCM 17, and they have not sought any additional recovery from this commission. Contrary to what the newspaper likes to report, they have not sought any additional recovery from this commission, and CWIP has continued to go down. So that what started out as about $10 a month per average residential ratepayer is now down around $3 a month. And I believe the last action that we took on that was in October of last year, where we reduced it yet another $1. So we're about $3 a month now. CWIP, as you are likely to remember, it covers the cost of financing so that the financing costs then aren't financed on the back end of the project. I don't know what the company is going to come in to seek to recover in prudency or in any subsequent VCMs. It'll be interesting to see what they deem to be appropriate to come back to us with, but at this point, they have not yet.
Thank you, Commissioner. Again, there's several other questions. I'm sure you'll make yourself available to answer.
Most certainly. They're welcome to call me, email me. Happy to field any question at any time.
Yeah. But thank you again for your presentation, and I'll let the members catch you if they want to as you walk to the back, if they want to grab you now and ask those questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members. Have a great week.
Thank you. Our next presentation comes from Commissioner Christopher Nunn of the Department of Community Affairs.
Great.
And he's going to be present virtually, I believe.
That's right. Chairman, can you hear me?
We got you. Yes, sir.
Great. Well, good afternoon. Chairman England, Chairman Tillery, members of the committee and staff, certainly appreciate the opportunity to present today, and I regret I'm unable to be with you in person. On behalf of the entire team at DCA, thank you for your support of our extremely broad mission and diverse responsibilities. I know your agenda's packed, but I want to just briefly touch on a few of these before we get into the budget. DCA, of course, is the state's community development agency, primarily a finance agency. We have statutory responsibility for comprehensive planning, as well as providing technical assistance for downtown development and historic preservation, administering programs such as the job tax credits, rural zones, broadband mapping, small business lending, and many, many more. A year ago, you moved the Historic Preservation Division to DCA. I'm pleased to report that move has gone well. We continue to uncover additional details, but I can assure you that this has been a really good fit. We're also entering the 5th year of the Rural Zone program. I visited with several existing rural zone communities that have made great strides based on this initiative, which was championed by the House Rural Development Council. Now, DCA also administers the One Georgia Authority, which I will speak to momentarily as I review our recommendations. We administer numerous other federally funded grant programs, such as the CDBG program, the Appalachian Regional Commission. And over the past several years, our team has made continuous enhancements to the annual CDBG process, which is of course competitive, in addition to effectively managing disaster recovery funds and CARES funding made available through HUD's CDBG program. And we, of course, also serve as the state's housing agency, which means we're responsible for administering federal funds for homelessness assistance, the Housing Choice Voucher or Section 8 program, as well as several other HUD-funded programs. DCA administers housing tax credits, which are the primary tool to build and maintain affordable workforce and senior housing. And through the Georgia Housing Finance Authority, DCA administers a first-time homebuyer program through the Bond Finance Georgia Dream program. Now, that's a lot and honestly doesn't do complete justice to DCA's work efforts and statewide impact. But needless to say, I'm extremely proud of our team. They do an exceptional job, even under increasingly challenging circumstances. So today, I thought I would highlight a couple of items from our amended FY22 and our FY23 budget recommendations. And of course, leave time for questions at the end. Let me start with the enterprise changes related to compensation for state employees. I appreciate the recognition that workforce challenges affect us all. Just like you, I've lost count of the occasions where workforce has come up as an issue for private and public sector leaders alike. And in each section of our amended FY22 budget, you'll find an adjustment for a well-deserved $5,000 pay increase for all of the benefits eligible full-time state employees. In our FY23 recommendations, there are 5 corresponding items to provide a cost of living adjustment for full-time employees, the ability for those employees to withdraw up to 40 hours a year of earned annual leave, and then related ERS, DOAS, and TeamWorks adjustments. And we're working closely with OPB to understand all of the details. But for your information, these recommendations total $569,470 in the AFY22 budget and $790,086 in the FY23 cost of living adjustments throughout the DCA budget. Again, we're working with OPB, and I apologize, I don't have the detail upon which these recommendations are based, but you can see in the program budget financial summary that DCA relies on a variety of fund sources, with state appropriations representing only a portion of our overall funding. Now, of course, all of our full-time employees are benefits eligible state employees. And as of December 31st, DCA has 510 budgeted positions. 62 of these are involved in state-funded community development programs. 44 are responsible for federal community development programs for which the state must provide some administrative matching funds. 231 are involved in housing, including bond finance, tax credits, mortgage servicing, and federal grants administration. 105 are responsible for the Housing Choice Voucher program. And there are 68 positions that are involved in the overall administration of a finance agency. So accounting, budget, IT, HR, marketing, communications, internal audit. In addition to these numbers that I've just shared, there are approximately 150 temporary employees working in various programs and functional capabilities, primarily stimulus-funded rental assistance and mortgage assistance. We had an additional 50 new employees join today to support these very programs. And I mention these temporary employees not because they factor into the budgeted increases at hand, but the numbers are a material part of our workforce and do put stress on our administrative infrastructure, particularly HR, accounting, and IT. Now, I'm mindful of time, so let me move on to other specific budget recommendations. Turning first to the amended FY22 budget. Under state economic development programs, you'll find a $112 million adjustment, $112,627,419 to be precise, to assist Jasper, Morgan, Newton, and Walton counties, that JDA, with the development of the Rivian project site. which promises to be a significant boon for the entire region and the state. I understand that Commissioner Wilson spoke to you earlier today about this, and as he indicated, these funds are intended to assist the community with land acquisition, site preparation, and construction of a rail spur onto this site. Now, moving on in the amended, under the One Georgia Authority budget, there's an adjustment of $1,716,400 for a water storage agreement with the Corps of Engineers at Lake Allatoona. This is actually very similar to an item in our amended FY19 budget for water storage at Lake Lanier. And it represents a vital regional commitment that EPD has negotiated with the Corps of Engineers. It totals 32,000 acre feet of water storage. That's about 10.5 billion gallons, or roughly 6% of the entire lake's storage capacity. And One Georgia is simply serving as a conduit to assist EPD with this transaction. I expect that Rick Dunn can offer more detailed insights in his presentation later this afternoon. But if you think about the entire lake as a storage facility, imagine that the state is prepaying the owner for 6% of that storage unit space for the next 25 to 30 years. And the purpose is to ensure that there is enough water available, particularly in Bartow and Cobb and that region, for future withdrawals to meet growth needs. Now, while I'm speaking about One Georgia, I'd like to update you on two items from our FY22 budget, if that's okay. Last year, you included funding for two new One Georgia programs, broadband and rural innovation. I'll start first with broadband. Immediately following last year's session, we were prepared to launch a round of broadband grant funding that was scheduled to be announced on June 1st. As the guidelines for the American Rescue Plan funding came down from Washington, it was quickly apparent that broadband would be an eligible use for state fiscal recovery funds. And understanding that the state was about to roll out a much larger funding program on a similar timeline, we elected to delay the One Georgia program through the first round of ARP funding. I know, some of you participated with me on the governor's broadband grant review committee for those funds, and we are currently reviewing the first round applications, the forthcoming grants, and identifying the gaps to ensure that the One Georgia broadband funds are best used to meet unmet needs. The federal funding requirements are somewhat steep, particularly to our most rural areas, and we are committed to putting those One Georgia funds to use in a most responsible manner. As for the rural innovation funds, the launch of this program was slightly delayed, quite honestly, because of the incredible volume of activity with stimulus funded programs. We completed the program rules rollout in October, and we had 10 applications for the first round of grants in November. Those applications totaled more than 15 million in requests, though, as might be expected for a first round with a relatively short turnaround time, only 2 of those projects were funded out of the gate to the tune of $1.1 million. Now, several others were really good applications that simply needed additional work to better develop the concept. So I would anticipate that those come back as more mature, fully thought out applications in a future round. For the next round, so the second round of funding on a quarterly cycle, we have already received 10 applications, which total more than 20 million in requests. So I would say that while we were a little bit delayed out of the gate with this program, we're already beginning to get some good traction, and I just wanted to give you an update on those 2 important ads. With respect to our FY23 recommendations, Mr. Chairman, there really are no other additions beyond the enterprise adjustments that I've already discussed. So if you'd like, I'm happy to pause and take any questions at this point.
Thank you, Chairman England. Do you have any questions about the on the line? None online? We got one in the audience. Representative or Senator, sorry, Lucas.
Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
First of all, I want to thank you for helping Elbert County Hospital with that Appalachian grant that created, making sure that they were not a failure and closing. That's number one. The other thing is I represent Hancock County, which was with COVID, #1 in the nation, per deaths, per population, #1 in the nation. Has that county commission come to you and ask you for a One Georgia or a grant to help them redo the closed hospital and put a clinic there that would be able to take care of its citizens?
Senator Lucas, I certainly appreciate the questions and thank you for the help on the ARC, the Appalachian Regional Commission grant. That was that took a little bit of work to get that through Washington, but that was a very good program, and I've enjoyed the opportunity to highlight that. You know that I spend a fair amount of time in Hancock County and Washington County and those parts of your district. To my knowledge, and I will have to check with our team, we certainly spend a lot of time with the folks in Sparta and Hancock County. I am not aware of any specific request related to an urgent care facility or the like. That I am not aware does not mean that that is not in discussions with my team, but not to my knowledge.
My problem is I know they need it. The problem is I'm not a county commission, so therefore I can't apply for a One Georgia grant even for them. They would have to do it through the county, and that's the reason I was asking, because now that the resurgence of COVID, Hancock County is in the same exact position it was when the pandemic started.
Right.
And what I'm trying to do is to get healthcare in rural Georgia where it's needed.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Representative Dempsey.
Thank you. Commissioner, you are doing so many good things. The whole department is doing so many good things. I cannot drive to the Capitol every day, though, without seeing something that's very heavy on my heart. And I know you're aware of it and you're concerned about it too. We have a huge growing concern of growth in a homeless street camping population. Today, on the other side of the Capitol, there is an increasing growing number of tents right there on Central Avenue. You can go on any ramp off of our interstate system, and in communities of all sizes, you find along I-75 up in Northwest Georgia, people who are standing there and have come from the woods and are asking for money. At night, when I go to the condominium where I stay during session, they're on William Street. I have watched so many people come very close to being killed, hit by cars as they wander through them, as they react, sometimes in very violent ways, asking for money. We have a huge problem in our state, and there is today the State Housing Trust Fund for the Homeless Commission. It's important. The work they're doing is very important, but the reality is, as we look around, you cannot help but see it's not addressing the total picture. Not everyone who is homeless has a mental health problem, and not every person who has a mental health problem is homeless. Not everyone is a criminal who's homeless, and not every homeless person is dealing with criminals all around them, but it does exist. There were two very, very severe cases, one in California and one in New York this weekend, that came from homeless people. We can continue to act like it's not here on our doorstep, but you can't drive by Central Avenue and not realize that there are people that shouldn't be in that situation. So I just want to ask you to keep it on your mind. and to keep helping me, particularly this year, as we try to find another way, not take away from what's being done. Permanent supportive housing is the goal. I'm behind it 100%, but we need to all work together and try to find a way to not put our cities, our citizens, and Georgia in places that are in the mildest world uncomfortable, but really could become dangerous.
Representative Dempsey, I couldn't agree with you more. And provided the funding, I look forward to working with you on that, on the solutions.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Commissioner, we've got one question from online, and it's from Senator Nan Orrock. She says, thank you for the presentation today, but what is the status of the emergency rental assistance program in Georgia, as we've only distributed about 10% of the dollar so far, with constituents facing eviction who applied and do not have a response from DCA yet? Who can she contact or refer them to for urgent action before they get evicted? And how can the General Assembly ourselves help on speeding up the delivery of funds to vulnerable families facing homelessness?
Well, excellent. Well, thank you, Chairman England, and thank you, Senator Orrock. I assure you the topic of emergency rental assistance will consume more time than I have remaining. And I, like most of the work that is done by dedicated, hardworking agency professionals, it can't be broken down into sound bites. This is an appropriations hearing, so let me start with the fiscal details. This is a federal program. In December of 2020, Congress appropriated $25 billion for emergency rental assistance. That is important because the CARES Act had few specific housing provisions. However, it also occurred with no data and very little input from affordable housing professionals who administer such funds. So this is a new program. It did not exist before December 27th of 2020. 1 year ago, there was no guidance yet on this program. Treasury released that initial guidance to 482 grantees on January 19th of 2021. That guidance has been constantly evolving. So since no actual data exists to support the $25 billion appropriation, allocations were based primarily on population. Georgia was allocated a total of $710 million, which was distributed formulaically among 13 recipients as designated by Treasury. By formula, 12 local programs in Georgia received between $6 and $28 million. The remaining $552 million was allocated to the state of Georgia. That means that Georgia received nearly 4,200% of the average of other programs in the state. So if you're having trouble with that percentage, then I'm going to stop talking about this program in terms of percent of spend on incomparable sums of money. Since March 8th of 2021, which is the day that at least 2 Georgia programs launched, the states and Fulton counties, the 13 programs in our state have collectively distributed more than $200 million in assistance throughout 152 counties. That includes more than $75 million dispersed through the Georgia Rental Assistance Program. And in fact, contrary to the popular narrative, the state has dispersed more funds than any other single program in our state. Now, the 13 programs have operated collaboratively since day one, and you have to appreciate the collective impact that we have had for the 33,000 Georgia families that have already received assistance. And for the record, that's more than all but 17 states, each of which has experienced significantly more demand due in large part to the fact that their unemployment rates have been significantly higher than ours, 2 to 4% since the pandemic started. Now, that sort of relative comparison to other states is about as relevant as the percent of spend. So I'll focus on what we are doing, because I suspect the rental assistance question doesn't stem from an appreciation about what has been done, but rather a concern about what's yet to be done. So let's talk about processing, because that was really the root of the question. And that has been a challenge since we expanded from the 148 counties that the state initially served by design to all 159 counties. We have a team of more than 120 people who are processing applications 6 days a week. Many volunteered to work yesterday, a day on, not a day off, and we onboarded another 50 processors today. And yes, you might guess it, this is a constant churn due to the workforce challenges that we've already discussed, due to COVID illnesses, and quite honestly, due to the hostility that's been fomented around this program. I take every advantage of an opportunity to process funds as quickly as possible. And recently, Treasury unveiled a process for reallocating funds among existing grantees that had established programs. Not only was this not an option before October, it was not allowed. We asked. So if we have an existing local program and an efficient distribution system in place that is able to take on additional funds, I'm not thinking twice about enabling them. We have already reallocated to 5 local jurisdictions more than $80 million, which is the exact amount that those jurisdictions indicated would fully satisfy their needs. Again, we've collaboratively worked with all of these programs since day one to serve all of Georgia. You know, if I had my druthers, applicants would be able to submit a simple request online, payments would be instantaneously transmitted, your constituents would be beating down your doors to thank you, and on the occasion that you needed something from my team, they would be standing there by waiting for your call. I really honestly wish that were reality. But if for no other reason than the fact that these are at least 3-party transactions, it's more complicated and requires a little time. You know, many applicants, some because they've been misled by advocates, are applying for assistance at the point when rent is due. And I see that in the numbers every month. And I understand their frustration over a lack of immediate turnaround. We didn't create the program. We're executing it on Treasury's behalf. And while that situation is unfortunate, it's akin to filing a tax return for a refund, on the same day that you need money to pay your bills. Now that is why we have engaged with the magistrate courts to attempt to prioritize and identify those who may be at the tip of the spear with an eviction filing. Our team is working with the courts to avert those evictions where ERA is an option. Honestly, this approach differs from community to community because we've got 159 different court systems. Georgia Legal Services is an important statewide partner. We seem to have very successful court partnerships in Macon-Bibb and Athens, Rockdale County, soon to come online in Cobb County. And I know that many of you have reached out with constituent status inquiries. I hope you can appreciate that every available resource is currently processing applications. If your individual inquiry were unique, a quick response would be simple, or if Seth and I had the ability to query the status of each application, which we do not, I'd spend my day on the phone with each of you. We receive dozens of daily inquiries, which honestly our HUD consultants who have been engaged by Treasury tell us is fewer than the norm in other states. But we receive those from individual applicants, from landlords, tenants, from you legislators, from others who are attempting to intercede on individuals' behalfs. I would have to repurpose a half a dozen staff simply to respond to those status inquiries. And right now we're focused on processing applications. We've already discussed the workforce challenge. I'd ask for you to give me some grace. This GRA team is comprised of some of the most dedicated public servants that I have known, and they are working hard to manage the workload. Since I made the proper decision to extend our program into Metro Atlanta last August. Frankly, if the option for voluntarily shifting funds had existed at that time, I may have made a different decision. But we are working in an extremely dynamic program. I am confident that we are headed in the right direction. I realize that I just gave you a really long answer, and I'm happy, Senator, if you want to give me a call to talk offline.
Thank you, Commissioner, and we have reached the end of your time and also reached the end of the questions in the room and online. So thank you so much for your presentation today.
Thank you all.
Our next presenter will be Commissioner Russell McMurray with the Georgia Department of Transportation. And Commissioner, I believe you also have, we can see online, it looks like you have Janine Miller there with you, or she's online as well. So if you wish for her to present anything or she wishes to add anything, we certainly leave that up to your discretion.
Thank you, Chairman Tillery. You got the presentation up. Thank you. Chairman England, Chairman Tillery, it's great to be with you and the members of the Joint Appropriations Committee today. In the room, we have Angela Whitworth, our treasurer, George Christensen, our budget officer, and Josh Waller, Director of Policy and Government Affairs. And as you noted, Janine Miller is online. Listen, we're glad to be with you on a sunny day. It says it's 52 degrees outside. So let me start by giving a big thank you to the men and women of GDOT that started on Friday and worked 24/7 through yesterday to make sure you could get to the Capitol okay for this important week. And a big hats off to our partners over at the Department of Public Safety and GEMA for a good statewide response. It's my intention today is to share with you three things. One, I want to highlight part of the federal infrastructure bill because there's a lot of questions and some confusion around what that really means, and I'll boil it down to what it means for Georgia. I want to highlight some of the market trends we're seeing, including that of workforce, and then, of course, walk through our budget proposals. So let me start with the federal infrastructure bill on the next slide. The federal infrastructure bill is affectionately been called the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, or IIJA. I will probably call it IIJA. It's also known as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, or BIL, also known as bill. So a lot of moving names going around, but I think what I wanted to show you of this slide was that it was a $1.2 trillion bill that was divided into what we would call traditional transportation programs and then non-transportation programs over 5 years. And so you can sort of see the break. The majority of it went to non-transportation type of infrastructure, all of which is very important, of course. Next slide, please. When I think about the IIJA or the infrastructure bill, I like to break it down into these four big old buckets. The first one is the existing formula programs, which are apportioned to each state based on factors like population and miles. And we saw that, and I'll go into detail on that on the next slide, on the next slides. The next bucket is the new formula buckets, which were the new programs, formula programs added to the transportation reauthorization. And then the third bucket there is discretionary. In fact, there was about $83 billion for transportation purposes in 39 discretionary programs in the IIJA. So a big part of this is discretionary that you have to compete for. And the last bucket, the orange bucket there, is policy and programs. A couple of those policies was codifying the one federal decision environmental streamlining process, which is certainly a good deal. It provides a shot clock on the federal resource agencies to approve environmental permits and the like. Another sort of big policy program, pilot program, was one of reconnecting communities at $1 billion over 5 years. And then one other one I just highlight is a national mileage-based user fee pilot program to look at how to generate transportation or to generate revenue for transportation going forward as there's more and more EVs, electric vehicles out on the roadways with declining motor fuel tax collection. So from a national perspective. So those are the sort of the four buckets I like to think about globally when we talk about this IIJA or the BIL. So on the next slide, we'll look at what it really means for Georgia. And we'll start with the surface transportation. So think highways, bridges, things like that. In this table list, basically what those revenue numbers or appropriations should look like. One of the biggest misconceptions I think people have is that this IIJA or the bipartisan infrastructure law was all additional money. It's not. In fact, what it does is it replaces the FAST Act, the previous 5-year transportation bill, with a new transportation bill with the plus ups, which is, as you can see, in the first year is about a 21% increase to Georgia over what we previously were appropriated under the FAST Act. And then each year there's an increase of 2% out to federal fiscal year 26. So what does that mean for Georgia? It means about a $300 million increase in federal dollars that would be available for surface transportation. And I always remind everybody that the federal dollars are subject to match, 80-20 match, and it's always good to leverage 80% on 20%. So that's a good leverage, but it does require more match to get access to these federal dollars. The other thing I like to remind you of is the federal program is reimbursable, meaning that we spend Georgia dollars first and seek reimbursement from Federal Highway Administration on a very timely basis. And I'm going to put a pin in that and come back to it in a couple of slides because that's an important detail to understand. Next slide, please. Now we're going to look at these buckets. The first bucket that was on the left was what was the formula programs or the plus ups. And from this table, you can see sort of what the increases were in the different sub buckets, if you will, or programs. And they really vary, from a wide range of from 23.8% to no increase. And actually the National Highway Program actually had a small decrease in total funding to Georgia. And so there's a little bit of a mixed bag as you look in each of these buckets of what really happened. Down in the yellow tables are the new buckets. That was that second bucket to the right that was yellow. So there's some new programs, one being a carbon reduction program, which is dealing with reduction of greenhouse gases. These would be dollars to keep traffic moving more efficiency or encourage not to be in traffic, those kind of projects. The Protect formula is dealing with resiliency programs. That would be projects like hurricane evacuation routes, hardening our infrastructure along the coast or other climate areas, slides in the mountains, things like that. So sort of hardening and reinforcing or rebuilding infrastructure that is subject to environmental stresses. The next program in the bottom box there is a bridge, a national bridge program at $45 million a year for poor and fair bridges for rehabilitation and replacement of those. And this is a very good program to get at those bridges. Is a big focus on also that these dollars go toward off-system or local bridges, of which Georgia's done a good job investing in already. And I just highlight that because Georgia and you and the General Assembly have been very favorable for bridge bonds in the past and appropriations of HB 170 back from 2015, Georgia received the lowest federal funding level for this category of all the states. Now, I'd much rather have bridges in good condition than get a lot of federal money to repair bridges in bad condition. But this $45 million a year is certainly important to continue to drive down Georgia's posted bridges and bridges that need to be replaced or rehabilitated. And so those are sort of the new buckets that are out there, and the dollar amounts on an annual basis that we anticipate to see. On the next slide, please, we'll talk about transit, what it means to transit in Georgia. And this is a table of approximation of the Federal Transit Administration's formula apportionment in the annual program estimates. As you can see, a pretty big increase at about almost 28% over the FAST Act levels, and then again grows a little over 2% each year. In the transit category, there's 10 new competitive discretionary programs. So as you can see from this infrastructure bill, there is a lot of discretionary competitive programs in it. And these are the increases we tend to see in the IIJA. The urbanized area formula funds, think ATL, MARTA, Cobb, Gwinnett, the big transit providers around Metro Atlanta. but also an increase for the rural formula grants for all our local transit throughout the state. And then again, some other programs. So just a reminder that GDOT administers all the urban, the non-urban, small urban and rural transit, and the ATL has responsibility for metropolitan area region. The next slide is one of aviation, federal aviation block grant and discretionary dollars. This is a little bit complicated. There was actually a 2018 Federal Aviation Reauthorization Act that goes to federal fiscal year 23. And then the IIJA actually put about $30.7 million on top of that. So this is a real boost for FAA funding to Georgia. We recognize that the state match component of that is up to about 4.4 million. And that would be about the same for the locals as well. Generally, FAA dollars are 90% federal, 5% state, 5% local on this block grant dollars. So you can see a pretty big boost there. And also a very nice new, again, a discretionary program for airport terminal program, which has traditionally been ineligible. So this will help with terminals and other facilities on the airport. That certainly is good. $5 billion over 5 years, so $1 billion a year is what that is about. And we'll have to stay tuned as those rules and guidelines get developed. And I should have said that before. All the discretionary programs, USDOT and each of the modal agencies will have to develop what the rules are, go out for public comment, then solicit projects, make selection, and then make award. So out of such a big program, there's a lot of work to be done up at USDOT and each of the modal agencies to gain access at these discretionary dollars. So on the next slide is really sort of what this all means to Georgia. And let me come back to what I said earlier about the appropriations, about being a reimbursable program. Currently, the IIJA, or the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, has not been fully funded by Congress. In fact, as you know, Congress is working through a continuing resolution. And what that means for transportation is we're still working on last year's FAST Act appropriation levels. And that appropriation goes through February 18th. And so that means that none of the new programs or the new discretionary programs that we talk about have been funded or can be utilized at this point. So that's an important thing to understand. That means to date, we have the ability to gain access to only $464 million through February 18th. And I'll remind everybody that we bid over $100 million a month. So it doesn't take long to go through the federal appropriations on a pro rata share. And of course, we're going to be very strategic and careful that we don't overextend ourselves using state dollars to advance the federal program. The federal government allows each state to do an IOU, basically to pay it with their own dollars and get reimbursed at a later date. And so we have done that analysis. We feel like we are good through bidding projects in March, but April will be questionable depending on what happens in February, on February 18th in Congress. We will certainly keep the subcommittees and our Transportation Committee in the Senate and House well informed about what transpires as we get into February 18th. I get asked often, what does this really mean to Georgia? It means over $10.5 billion over the next 5 years. And I put plus because the discretionary is out there too. And I'm always reminded with the John F. Kennedy quote about a rising tide lifts all boats, and that it does. We at Georgia DOT are trying to align our boats in the harbor such that we can take full advantage of this infrastructure bill when it gets appropriated. So let me move away from the federal infrastructure bill. You're now all experts and you can wow anybody at any time you please, and move to the next slide and talk about the realities we're facing in the market. I often get asked, well, what's going on in the construction world? Because you see the prices at Home Depot and How does that translate into transportation infrastructure funding? This is analysis over the last year across the entire state of price increases that we're seeing in the major items for transportation projects. So this is an up and down, okay? So percentages have gone up and they've come back down and they've gone back up, and this is something we watch. We are still getting competitive bidding, albeit of course higher based on these inflationary prices and things that we are seeing through the construction. So the bottom line is the dollar just doesn't go quite as far as it used to due to these kind of impacts, but it's the same in the construction industry as you see in the home building industry and, you know, even at the grocery store. So these things are real, but we're working our way forward with those and recognize those as we look at and review. Again, competitive bidding is still good. Let me, before we get into the budget, let me move into this next slide. Is absolutely the most important thing I'm going to talk to you about today, and it's our employees. And as demonstrated over the past 4 days with winter weather and looking at a forecast for this weekend, you know, we can't do any of these things or advance transportation in Georgia without exceptional employees. Our current head count is 3,637. The top chart shows you the steady decline of headcount we've had going back to 2007. And I might add that we've delivered over $1 billion more projects and programs. And now with IIJA, there's another 20 to 30% more coming on top of that federally. So we have a lot to do in front of us. And, you know, and it's obviously a challenge that everybody faces. In last fiscal year, we had over 600 employees depart the department. That pie chart shows you that 60% of those were resignation, only a quarter retirement. And the rest of those things were people that either didn't come back to work and quit or got fired. So, you know, the biggest part is resignation for sure and retirement. And then the other part I just highlight in the bottom left corner is the tenure of our workforce has changed dramatically since 2009. In 2009, only 18% of our workforce was 0 to 10 years experience. And now that is at 56%. And so that's a big impact on institutional knowledge. And so institutional knowledge, skills, and ability. And we're certainly focused on how do we continue to recruit and retain great employees that we have here at Georgia DOT. So through our budgets, both in Amended 22 and in 23, you'll see items, line items for recruitment, retention, and salary increases so that we can try to slow this downward trajectory and build back to about 4,000 employees. We need to be that strength to handle snow and ice events, hurricanes, tornadoes, you know, all the things that happen in Georgia, plus just having the workforce deliver a bigger state and federal program. So I just wanted to share this data with you to give you the reality, and I'm sure every agency head has talked to you about the reality. So, and we're thankful for your kind consideration as it comes to those items that deal with recruitment, retention of employees for each agency and especially the department. Let me move in now to the amended 22 budget on the next slide. This table gives you the summary of the 22 base and the changes recognized in the budget. The biggest change for us was an addition of $56 million in transportation fees. And then the rideshare fees were increased to $9.8 million to bring it to a total of $17.5 million. We had some general funds amended in. I'll talk about what that is in a moment. And then you see Greta, which is attached to your former to DCA, to Christopher Nunn. Those Greta is attached over there. So those dollars come out to fund Greta, leaving the amended 22 at $2.166 billion. The next slide I'd like to show is where those dollars generally used. And this is a great summary of collapsing some of our budget programs. The biggest column there is capital projects. That's 3 budget programs. That's capital construction, capital maintenance, and local roads administration, which constitute 46% of our state budget. Over in general operations is only about 11%. That's 5 budget categories. That's everything from planning, design, operating, and everything it takes to deliver projects. LMIG, of course, is at 10%. And then the next biggest category at 20% is our routine maintenance. Again, taking care of the existing infrastructure. So again, just a graphic nature to show you where the lion's share of the dollars go. And if you look at it, if you look at the capital programs, the routine maintenance, and the LMIG, that's a good 76% of our budget. In the next couple slides, let me get into actually the details of the budget. So this is a table of motor fuel. So this table is very specific to fund source. So this is motor fuel fund source. As you can see, in capital construction, we're redistributing $16 million out of capital construction motor fuel to be redistributed through our budget to deal with those things that we talked about, recruitment and retention and salaries for employees. And so this is how that looks. Every number below the 16 million is redistribution of those numbers. Now, don't worry too much about capital construction at this point. The next slide has fees going toward capital construction, as you can see, and that at 55.9 million in the second row there. So the total capital construction of motor fuel and fees now total $936 million. No change in bond debt. And let me talk just a moment about intermodal at $10.9 million change from the base. What constitutes that? About 53,000 are added for the $5,000 pay increase. $1 million has been added of general funds for a replacement of the ferry that DNR operates to Sapelo Island. That will be the match component for replacing that ferry, which is federally eligible. There's $4 million to support the ATL that comes from rideshare fees, and about 5.9 million of that are rideshare fees that will be going to rural transit improvements across the state. And then finally, the bottom there in payments to ATL is that $68,000 is to address the $5,000 pay increase as proposed. So that wraps up the amended 22. Let me go to the next slide. And we'll jump into the FY23 revenue comparison table. We've added amended 22 to the right side just as a way of comparison. And let me give you a little detail here. Motor fuel increase in excise $48.8 million to total slightly over $2.008 billion. Recognize another $20.97 million in transportation fees, bringing those to $150.97 million. You can see that rideshare fees also increased by 8.2 over the base. There was a reduction in state general funds. Those had to do with prior adjustments to the base, and I'll speak to those in a moment. Again, Greta comes out as it goes over to DCA, which leaves a FY23 budget total of $2.175 billion, which is about a 0.4% increase over the amended 22 to give you some basis of comparison. Now let me move to the next slide. And again, this is the table. I won't go through all of these. I will tell you that the capital programs increased by 2% over amended 22. Routine maintenance increased by 1%, and GO bond debt actually decreased by 2%, making those things possible. So again, just where the dollars are going, which is always important for you as the legislature and General Assembly to know where these dollars are generally mostly being spent. And that's of course where we want them to be in the capital programs and maintenance and out LMIG to our cities and counties, which does so many good things. All right, the next table on the next slide here is the detailed breakout again by motor fuel. Starting with a reduction in debt service due to lower debt payments required, which is great. You will see an add in capital maintenance of $19.1 million. And I'd like to remind you that in 22, we actually reduced that amount. We actually reduced a greater amount due to backfilling with some of the corona relief funding that came through, the COVID funding that came through about a year ago. And we were able to do capital maintenance with those dollars. So this add back is part of trying to reestablish the base back to where it needs to be. And I'll show you on the next slide, there's also transportation fees going toward that, but let me move down this slide for a minute. I'm sorry, go back. Thank you. These other programs below capital maintenance, all the way down to LMIG, are reflective of the $5,000 pay increase and other recruitment and retention dollars, again, to try to address workforce needs. LMIG is representative of the 10% LMIG or excise allocation, which is now at $200 million for distribution to local governments. And let me speak to planning just for a moment. As you can see, that's a deduct. That includes a reduction of the base or from last year of a $500,000 regional planning study. And then the rest of it is adding back for the $5,000 in recruitment and retention efforts. So it netted out to be a minus $313,000. So don't worry, planning's not taking a haircut. It was just taking back out the $500,000 one time that was put in last year. And we move on down into payments to CERTA. You see a decrease of 12.69 million there. Again, due to lower debt service, and also as CERTA implemented the bond program last year, where we were previously having to fund dollars to CERTA for tolling operations, they've bonded for that now, so we no longer have to cover that cost. And that leaves motor fuel at $2.008 billion. The next slide deals with transportation fees and ride shares. Again, we're breaking these down by fund source. So in payments to ATL, you can see the $171,000 increase. That's for salary increases, retirement, and also the TeamWorks billing. In intermodal, you can see we started with a base of 24.106 million. And then you can see a deduct to zero that out. The reason for that is we're not getting rid of intermodal, thank goodness, but it's to reestablish budgets in intermodal by modal program, being airport, waterways, rail, and transit. And that becomes important because of the different fee structures and the trust funds that have been set up for transportation fees and rideshare fees. So it makes it a little easier from an accounting point of view, and certainly from a transparency point of view, which is always critically important. So let me start there. Airport aid sees a reduction of about $1 million due to a one-time funding that was added into FY22. And then in transit, the changes to that budget or to basically adjust the $5,000 increase and some other recruitment and retention opportunities. It also had a reduction of $1 million for the freight and logistics planning program that we're working through to be complementary of the e-commerce and freight commission work that was commissioned last year. So that is funded and we're underway with that. And also it has a recognition of the total rideshare fees now totaling 15.92 million in rideshare fees, of which about 12.5 ultimately will be over to the ATL for their purposes that they've identified. So that's sort of a breakout of where those dollars are. The bottom table are the non-intermodal transportation fee uses. Again, payments to CERTA was reduced, as I said before, due to lower debt and them using bonds to advance their tolling services and operations. Then the GEO bond debt reduced, which again is a debt curve falling off, which is good. And then very importantly, as I spoke to capital maintenance previously, is an add back of $66.2 million back into that capital maintenance to replace what we previously used the corona relief dollars for to do our capital program last year. So this rebuilds our base back to a total of $145.6 million for capital maintenance, which is obviously very important. So, Mr. Chairman, this concludes my presentation, and I'll be glad to answer any questions. And as always, we certainly look forward to working with our subcommittees moving forward as the budget process moves forward, and glad to answer any of your questions or comments.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have a couple of questions in the audience. So Senator Watson.
Thank you, Commissioner McMurray. Appreciate your presentation. I just wanted to follow up on the Federal Infrastructure Act. I mean, it's a little disappointing, and yet I know you related that it was a nice problem to have, and that our bridges are in better shape than the rest of the nation, and that we're going to get the lowest share of all the other 50 states. So sort of good news, bad news from that perspective. Having said that, is there something that we can do to take advantage of the discretionary funds or the matches or things like that that we should have or maybe do have with House Bill 170 and the future of transportation relating to the bilateral or the legislation that was just passed?
Thanks, Senator Watson. Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see how these discretionary programs get rolled out and when. I can affirm to you, though, to compete for discretionary, you're going to have to put skin in the game. So discretionary, you usually can't use your existing federal to match federal discretionary. So having motor fuel or transportation fees will absolutely be critical to compete for those discretionary programs. And some of those are big, especially from your part of the world. There is a program for multi-state projects of interest, such as maybe a crossing across the Savannah River or some big project like that, that one state doesn't have the capabilities for. So there's some programs like that, but it's going to take additional match to do things like that. And so those will be opportunities we'll have to see as those programs are developed and rolled out. And again, we'll continue to be strategic as it relates back to bridges and leveraging these federal programs where we can. And we do anticipate probably putting more of these bridges that we're doing with state dollars into the federal program to take the leverage of that, 80-20 kind of proposal. The one program I did show you for local bridges actually is 100% match on those. So we'll certainly try to take advantage of that to get county roads and city streets bridges, replaced again. It's like I said, it's a good problem and a bad problem. It's, we've got, the lowest level appropriated to states for bridges, and, because our bridges are in better condition than some of our peers. But at the same time, we still have plenty to do as it relates to replacing bridges.
Well, Mr. Commissioner, we're up against the time and everything. We do have a few more questions, but I want to ask our members if they will to reach out to you or to Josh as he's around here as well. But I do want to thank y'all for being with us today. I know y'all have had an incredibly long weekend. And you need to go home and get a little bit of sleep because you may have incredibly long weekend coming up. Hopefully not. But watching the weather at lunchtime, it does look like the next one might be a little south of here. So who knows what it's going to wind up being. But thank y'all so much for being with us today. And again, thank you to your folks that have done such an incredible job over this last weekend. And we were seeing brine trucks all over the place, and then salt and sand and a little bit of rock over places yesterday as well. And my hat is off to y'all and to the dedicated folks that have made sure that we could get around. Thank you much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, our next presenter is on board, I think, and ready to go. And that is Commissioner Spencer Moore of the Department of Driver Services. He'll be joining us online as well. And so, Commissioner Moore, thank you for being with us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I certainly appreciate the opportunity
to provide a report for the Department of Driver Services, and just thank you on behalf of the committed men and women of the department for your support, not just this past year, but for many years as we continue our focus. So I'm gonna do my best, and I see that the presentation is up. However, I'm not seeing my ability to drive it at the moment. So, all right, we got someone who can drive it. Okay, first thing I want to start with is just an overview of the department. This past year, just like all years, we have been extremely focused on providing fast, efficient, and most of all, secure services for the state. It's hard to believe, but we are now a full decade from implementing Real ID. And we continue to lead the country, if you'll note with the presentation in the first slide, in the number of Georgians that we have Real ID enrolled. This is the highest vetting opportunity that we can provide for our citizens in order for them to continue to be able to go into federal buildings as well as to domestically travel without the presentation of a passport. And while many states struggle, continue to struggle with getting their citizens Real ID enrolled, we have more than 99% of Georgians enrolled in this program. Next up, I always like to provide this because most people don't know, but Georgia is a very, very high number of valid license holders in our state, which is a good thing. It also means that many of our citizens hold state-issued credentials. I will say of that 8 million valid license holder, 386,000 of them are CDL holders. This is a focus that the department continues to work with, along with other public and private partners, and to ensure that we increase those numbers. And we have we're very committed to finding ways that we can work with the CDL community in order to streamline any processes that we have at DDS. Of course, most of those regulations are federal. We managed to serve 2.6 million customers face-to-face in the midst of a pandemic. And just like every other commissioner who has come before you, workforce challenges do exist. Any service-oriented business, I'm sure at the moment, is struggling with the same challenge. We are doing the very best that we can to continue to process customers as efficiently and as fast as we can. But in some centers, based on the day and the time, that can be challenging. Because if we lose a team member to COVID, typically we're losing at least 3 to 4 because of the proximity for which they work with each other. So they're very close in proximity, and others in the building will have to quarantine. We promote and continue to promote our online services, which literally is one of the best ways in which you can complete a renewal. And we certainly in this presentation will discuss additional technology that we've have piloted and started working with in order to help our customers get served efficiently. Tuesday continues to be our busiest day. It's sort of no different than traffic. If all customers show up on Tuesday morning between the hours of 8 and 10 a.m., which is typically the big rush for our customer base, that's the time period for which we struggle the most. But Wednesday and Thursday are the most efficient days in which you can come in and get services. Those numbers tend to go down dramatically after Tuesday. I did want to show on this map, obviously the locations in which we currently provide DDS services around the state. I also wanted to note, while we currently serve in 67 locations around the state, we will be adding 2 more locations. Very excited for that. We will be adding a site, hopefully in 2022 or first quarter of 2023 in Douglasville, for which that site will also be a CDL site. And we'll be adding a new location
in Hazelhurst, Georgia, which is South Georgia, and in the same time period. So we are increasing services, especially for the CDL community. Douglas County represents the only county in which we that is the top 15% in volume of citizens in our state, where we don't currently have a center. So we're happy this will provide some relief in some locations such as Marietta, as well as Atlanta, that will be very, very helpful for the citizens. We can move to the next slide. In discussion about the amended budget, again, one of the biggest challenges we've traditionally seen at DDS is workforce in recruitment and retention. We are certainly happy with the governor's recommendation of the $5,000 cost of living, because as you'll see in a slide that will follow here shortly, this is an area that has traditionally struggled in our agency as far as the starting salary and attracting persons to come in and work for us. So allowing for these additional dollars will help. I do want to first and foremost thank the General Assembly as well as the governor for supporting a $2,000 increase for those employees who make less than $50,000 in our agency, which is more than 85% of the organization. So we're extremely thankful for that help. Next, you'll see $125,000 for funds in a request for the annual usage of a contact center voice bot. This is in our license issuance program. Last year, you approved funding for us to seek technology in which we could answer calls a little bit more efficiently than we have in the past, based surely on staffing and the number of calls that we received. We were happy to implement the dollars that were provided in a solution that was provided from Microsoft, and certainly with the help of GTA in getting that program underway. It has been extremely successful, and I'll speak to those numbers here shortly. And these are funds that continue for the annual usage fee for the program. So the equipment is bought, the programming is completed, and this is for a current year in ongoing dollars, $125,000, in order to keep this moving forward. And our last request, and the biggest request in the amended, as well as additional assistance in the 23 budget, is for technology. We are seeing that Georgia is obviously a growing state, and one of the very first services that most people come to get when they move to Georgia is a credential, because they need that in order to get a tag, et cetera. So while our state is increasing in size, our examiner workforce has decreased over the last number of years. However, we have found out through research that there is the ability to acquire self-service kiosks for those customers, especially who come into our lobby for the no other reason than to renew a license for which they've already been provided and they've already been vetted in order to receive. So we are requesting funds for the addition of 15 self-service kiosks in our highest volume locations that, again, will allow for that customer not to have to wait on one of our team members in order to serve them, but just similarly as you might see at a Home Depot, Walmart, or wherever you get your services from, the opportunity for that customer to be served by that technology. And we think this will be a very helpful process. Again, this is our 2022 amended request. Next slide. One of the things that we've talked over the years is about our team member salaries. And as of 7/1, we were able to get some of those floors up. But as you can see, the $5,000 that will be added as a cost of living adjustment will be extremely, as well as recruitment and retention, will be extremely helpful for these positions. These are our toughest positions to recruit. You can see the turnover numbers are high, 60% for the contact center agent and the driver examiner one. It takes them about 18 months to go from examiner one to examiner two. If we can get them to examiner two over that 18-month period, the turnover is less, but nonetheless, it's extremely high. And these members provide some very, very important responsibilities for our state. Next slide. One of the requests again for this voice bot that I mentioned that is currently underway. DDS has one of the busiest contact centers in our state. Obviously, we are not just receiving calls from persons within the state. In some cases, we are receiving calls from persons that may be out of state, who are potentially thinking about moving to the state, who have recently moved from our state to another state, who still need service. And that's what our contact center agents provide. Currently, we're a staff of 55 full-time employees. We currently have 19 vacancies, which is a high turnover rate. And you saw the salary in the previous slide. So it's a very difficult job to recruit. On average, we do have 46 agents working full-time, but in order to, agents would need to answer almost 200 calls a day in order to handle the volume. Their goal is right at 100 because we've seen with breaks and lunches, et cetera, that's about the number on average that they can handle. So without the bot, we were in pretty dire position. Last year, again, in Amended, we had the $600,000 that was added in order for us to start the technology. We were finally able to get through the programming process and get it procured after July 1st and stand it up on November 22nd of this year. And next slide. After standing it up, if you will see in that bottom right corner, you'll note that we were able to handle 80,000+ calls with the bot. 73,000 of those calls were answered without an agent assistance. So we have, of the calls that the bot was able to help us handle, they were handling those calls with 91% accuracy without the help of one of our agents. We have been throttling this process until we can get it fully implemented. So we expect those numbers that are answered by the bot to continue to go up. Again, we have partnered with Microsoft. They have been a tremendous assistance in helping us to deploy this solution. And we are asking for $125,000 in order to continue those ongoing costs that are associated with the implementation of the voice bot. Next slide. The biggest request, as I mentioned, is the request for a self-service kiosk to go first in centers, and then I will speak shortly about a partnership with our friends over at the Department of Revenue, for which we share a back-end system in drives. Our Metro Atlanta locations, again, are always our busiest business centers because of the services that they provide and the number of people that they have to support. But many of the requests for customers are simple requests. There are requests that don't require interaction with a person. So our card vendor today currently has the ability to offer what you see in the picture, a self-service kiosk in which an individual can not only go up to this kiosk, simply swipe a driver's license that they currently have and take the required photo and be immediately issued on the spot and leave the center again without having to have contact with one of our individuals. As you might imagine, this will provide increased efficiency for our staff and our staff load. So we are really looking forward to implementing this technology if approved by the Assembly. Next slide. As of now, based on the stars, again, of our busiest location, you can see them listed on the right. those are the locations in which we anticipate initially implementing the self-service kiosk. If you'll note the volume, just the sheer volume of renewals year over year from 2019 and 2021, the impact could be substantial. We fully expect that, like any of our services that we offer online today, every customer will not want to use the kiosk. And for those customers, we understand, and we will have staff available to assist those. But for those who are willing to use a kiosk, we plan to have that technology available if approved, and we think that it will provide great efficiency. Roughly the cost of one of these kiosks is the cost of an examiner. Yet, unlike the requirements of the examiner, things like breaks and lunches aren't factored in the potential or need for use of leave, such as sick leave or annual leave, does not factor in. So you potentially get much more processing of transactions through the self-service kiosks. Next project will be we are seeking assistance with the purchase of programming dollars. Essentially, the Department of Revenue and its Motor Vehicle Division has done an outstanding job in their partnership with Kroger to deploy the opportunity for technology to help renew a tag. We've seen that beneficial, and I have personally utilized those services. Now that our agencies are on the same back-end system for vehicle and driver services, we have the capability to leverage what DOR has already pioneered for driver's license renewals. So we are requesting dollars that will help us achieve that functionality over the next several months. Next slide. Our last, and this is pretty much a repeat of all the things that I mentioned in Amended, with the exception of one item that you will note at the very end, which is reduced funds for one-time funding for CDL pad in Southeast Georgia. We certainly support the governor's recommendation. At the same time, I did want to allow the committee to know that with the increasing costs of construction, it's going to be highly doubtful that a single cost of 1.2 million is going to be sufficient in order to build a building, as well as pave about 4 to 5 acres in order to put a CDL pad in Southeast Georgia. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I certainly yield my time, and I am happy to answer any questions that the committee might have.
Thank you, Commissioner. There are no questions in the audience and none online. I want to appreciate, again, your work, and thank you for your presentation on what's going on in your department.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Look forward to carrying on this conversation in subcommittees.
Yes, sir.
Our next presenter is Director Tim Lauermore from the Georgia Forestry Commission. Director Lauermore, are you? No, he's in the back right here. Gotcha.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Tiller and Chairman England, committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you today. You know, I know I look fairly young, but I've had several careers, moves and several different positions in the forest products sector and even in state government. But never have I worked a place that on my 1-year anniversary have I had the honor to come talk to the Appropriations Joint Committee. So today is my 1-year anniversary, and what a gift you guys have given me to come speak to you today. So I appreciate that. Thank you for all the committee members' support and invitation to be here.
We actually scheduled them this way, knowing what we did. We wrote the state constitution so that this would fall exactly on your one year anniversary. And thank you for recognizing it. So it misses so many other people. We're so glad you recognized it.
It's quite a gift. And yeah, I knew you had planned that. So thank you for that. Mr. Chairman. No, it's a great day to be here, and, it's quite the honor to serve our state as the Director for the Forestry Commission. And before I get started, I just want to say, I wish our 40 guys and gals that have been up in Northeast Georgia on chainsaws, clearing roads, safe travels on their way home today. They've been up there serving those communities and helping those communities get back to normal and recover from the snow and ice. So thank you for our team that's been up there. I also want to say that I've got Michelle Gray with me today, our Director of Administration. She's got 11 years of experience with the organization. So Michelle, thank you for being here, and any hard questions Michelle gets to handle. So no, good to be here. But it's really a good time to be a Georgian. The Braves are champions. The Dogs are champions. Georgia is a great place to do business, and I'm proud to let you know that forestry in Georgia is still #1 in the nation as well. So there's lots of things for us here in Georgia to be grateful for. As I shared with you earlier, I have the pleasure of being the director, and I have I've had no greater honor in my career to support the 528 employees that go to work for the Forestry Commission all around our state in the communities that many of you represent. They get up every day and go to work hard for us, and I'm proud of the work and proud of the job that they do on our behalf in making our state better and making our forest in Georgia better. I know there's a lot for me to talk about, and I'm not going to get into much of that today on the committee, but I will offer this. Some of you have taken me up on this already, and others of you that have not. If you want to learn more about some of the best people that our state has working for us, I encourage you to reach out to me. I'll be glad to host you for a tour and introduce you to what forestry in Georgia looks like and what the Georgia Forestry Commission does on a daily basis. Anytime during the year, I'll be glad to accommodate any of those tours, and just know that's an opportunity available for you to learn how we are serving your constituents back in the communities where you live. I would like to touch on 4 items from last year that I believe that you'd find interest in. All 4 of these items were things that we discussed here last year and throughout the legislative session. Our focus on safety as the Forestry Commission has always been paramount and always been a priority. Our folks fight wildfires. They operate heavy equipment. Their office is in the forest. And with that comes inherent dangers, venomous snakes, stump holes. There's opportunity for our employees to be hurt at work, and we've always had safety as a priority. Last year, when I joined the organization, it became apparent when we looked at our work comp claims that we were having an increase in injuries on the job. So we've taken a really proactive approach at trying to address those issues that we identified and really reduce job injuries and the impact that those injuries are having on our workers' comp premiums. The first thing I'd like to mention is that we moved our safety officer out of our human resources department, where it had been housed for some time, into the office of our deputy director, the #2 in charge. And that has really elevated the value and the focus and the priority that safety has had across our organization. The other thing I'm really happy about is that we've created and are in the initial stages of a campaign, Safety is Our Anchor Point. Anchor point is a common wildfire term. It's a location, usually a natural barrier to fire spread, where firefighters start constructing a fire break in the wild. I think that's going to resonate well with our people. We're developing posters, developing presentations, and developing training focused on that to really hone in on safety of our wildland firefighters in our organization. So extremely proud of the work that our safety officer is doing underneath the guidance and leadership of our deputy director. The second thing I'd like to talk to you about are 2 legislative initiatives that this body had asked us to take on last year. One was to create a timber harvesting ordinance notification website that would allow timber harvesters to uniformly, no matter what county they're operating in, notify counties that they have a timber harvesting operation in that county, and then also to let them know when that harvesting operation has ceased. It's really just bringing things into the modern age and allowing technology to improve efficiency in the supply chain. That website is being launched today. I'm excited about that. And pleased to announce that to this body today. Secondly, this body asked us to expand Georgia's carbon registry to include for the accounting of carbon credits associated with sustainable building materials in commercial construction. This is the first of its kind in the country. I'll say that again. This is the first of its kind in this country. We've started the process. We've established a 7-member technical advisory committee chaired by Mr. Russell Gentry of Georgia Tech. This is a big job. It's a big deal, and it's important for us to get it right. I anticipate this work going on through the remainder of the year. And my hope and my goal and the stated goal I've given to this technical advisory committee is to have this available and have it up and running next year at this time. And we really believe that our protocol developed here in Georgia at the direction of this body will spur sustainable development and serve as a blueprint for other states and our nation. And then lastly, I want to talk about something you've heard this organization bring up many times, and that's making payments for overtime earned by our employees as they respond to federal incidents, helping our neighbors out west put out wildfires. When I was onboarding with this organization last year, I heard a lot about it, and I dug into this issue and learned a lot about the issue. And I'm proud to announce that we've implemented a policy inside our agency that we will pay employees within 30 days of them returning from a federal wildfire incident. In previous years, for decades, it could take up to 6, 9, 12 months for our employees to get paid for their time and for the money that they had earned when they went out on federal wildfire incidents. I'm proud to say that we had over 70 employees go out west last year, and about 95% of those employees were paid within 90 days of their service. And that's a policy that we intend to continue going forward. We're doing it through managing our cash flow closely and through renegotiating our reimbursement terms with the U.S. Forest Service. And we're thankful for the partnership that we have with the U.S. Forest Service. Western assignments are a win for our employees and our agency. Training, new roles, and valuable experience are gained by our employees, and it allows our employees to earn some additional income while going out and serving other communities. And the most important thing about them going out on Western wildfires is they gain critical and valuable experience that they bring back home to our organization to help us be better when we have future incidents here at home. And because of the change that we've made in this policy, anecdotally, we are hearing that we will have more than 70 employees go out west next year. And I think that's a win for our organization, a win for our employees, and a win for our state. And we'll partner with our employees and allow that as long as conditions here at home allow for our employees to go out west. Next, I'd like to provide 3 quick program updates. Protection, forest protection is how we mitigate wildfires and we prevent wildfires in our state. We served over 5,800 landowners in our state. 4,000 of those landowners we installed fire breaks for, and we assisted over 1,700 landowners with prescribed burns. Last year, we had over 2,400 wildfires in our state, burning slightly over 12,000 acres. This was unseasonably low and well below our five-year average of 3,200 fires and 22,000 acres burned. There was over 1.3 million acres of prescribed burning done across Georgia's landscape as well. And we participated directly in 150,000 acres of that. Real briefly, the wildfire outlook in our state, The bottom 2/3 of our state, forecasters are predicting above normal fire season this spring. And so we're closely monitoring that and ensuring that our resources are available and ready for a pending increasingly dangerous fire season. Forest management, we have foresters that serve our state. BMP data, best management practices. We know forests are really the most desirable land use in protecting Georgia's water quality. There's no doubt about it. The science tells that. We randomly selected 260 sites totaling 50,000 acres, and we inspected for best management practice implementation. And I'm proud to let you know that that survey demonstrated that there's over 90, right at 93% implementation and really achieving an A score on those as a result of that audit. So our forest product sector, the harvesters that are out serving our state and serving and supporting the forest products industry are doing a great job. Forest health is an issue for us. We conducted a southern pine beetle survey. Many of us in this room may not have heard of a southern pine beetle for some time because we really have not had an issue with beetle infestation here in our state. But that is a real threat to our state's forest, and it's something that we monitor every year. This year, it was, again, unseasonably low, and we do that survey by aerial and by aerial reconnaissance. And we flew over 5,000 miles and visually looked at over 5 million acres. And proud to tell you that our state had 8 southern pine beetle spots. And we worked directly with those forest owners to mitigate those spots when they're identified. Our foresters completed over 7,700 cases or visits with landowners in our state, covering over 600,000 acres. And then the last program area I would just want to mention to you is every year we partner with Georgia Tech to update the Forest Economic Impact Report. And these are some astounding numbers, but I think they're things that oftentimes maybe we talk about them a little bit so often that they become we just become maybe a little bit not as sensitive to them as we should. But Georgia's total output from its forest product sector is $39.1 billion. That is a 7% increase from 2019. The output has increased for over 10 consecutive years. The forest industry has supported 140,000 jobs in the past year. Total compensation for Georgians that are employed in the forest product sector exceed $9 billion. That's 6% increase over 2019. And when I said earlier, Georgia's forestry position in the country is still number one, it truly is, and the metrics demonstrate that. The other number I just want to point out to you is that the forest industry, through this report, it shows that we have provided the state with over $180 million in tax revenue back to our state. In previous years, the last time I stood in front of you, that number was $106 million just last year. So it's nearly an $80 million input increase into our state's tax revenue. So I'll finish up and I'll shift my focus to the governor's, to our budget. Most of the budget items that are centered around the governor's initiatives, and I am extremely pleased and extremely supportive of the amended fiscal year 22 request and the fiscal year 23 request. For fiscal year 22, the governor's 5,000 pay increase initiative, which it includes $3 million, aside from the $5 million pay increase, cost of a living adjustment for employees in the amended fiscal year 22. You'll see that on page 205, there's a $3 million line item in there for replacement of firefighting equipment. And that is essentially moving a bond request that we had made for moving that forward until to the amended fiscal year 22 budget. And that's for 7 Dozer tractors, 3 truck tractors, and then 8 lowboy trailers to haul equipment. For fiscal year 23, Governor Kemp's budget proposal before us today includes the support of GSC for $4.96 million. And that is aligned with our agency's needs. And it's something that we started making known to the governor's office and the governor's team 4 to 5 months ago. And we're pleased to see the governor's bold action and including this enterprise recommendation in his budget proposal. 4.5 of the fiscal year 23 increase is associated with the pay increase of $5,000, an increase into the 401 contribution, and the added benefit of withdrawal of 40 hours of annual leave. And I'd just like to make a special note about the increase of 401 contribution. I've heard directly from 2 of our employees over the last week how valuable and how important that particular component of the governor's proposal can be for retention going forward. The 9% match is pretty powerful and is something that is not often seen. So I'm excited to see that and see the implications that will have going forward. You'll also see that there's $409,000 included in protection, and in $385,000 of that is in protection, and that is replacing federal funds that was part of the austerity cuts back a year and a half ago. So we're excited to see that get added back in. And then also there's a $24,000 line item in forest management that is aimed at training and really part of our employment, engagement, and retention strategy that I believe are essential to retention of our current employees. Bond funds are on the tracking sheet, and they approximately total $2.5 million for fiscal year 23, and therefore major improvements and renovations, and then also one office construction project in Long Liberty County, Georgia. In closing, I'd like to just, I guess, leave us with a few stats and give you guys on the committee an idea of where GFC sits today and why I believe that the governor's initiatives are on target. Just let these soak in as I go through them. 75% of our professional foresters at GFC have less than 3 years of experience. Nearly 60% of our wildland firefighters have less than 5 years of experience. 17% of our workforce is eligible for retirement in less than 5 years. I say that because these are skilled, technical, and professional positions that support Georgia and support Georgia's forestry sector, which supports many of the communities that you represent and the constituents that you represent. It's critical that we begin, and I believe what the governor's proposing is a great beginning to address those issues that I lay before you. If we want our children and our grandchildren to enjoy these great forests that we have in our state, because I believe that the great forest and the great forest economy that we have in our state didn't happen by accident. I believe that the Georgia Forestry Commission and its team of employees played a great part in making Georgia forest and Georgia forestry what it is today. In addition to the governor's initiatives that have been well laid out by those that come before me and by me today, we plan to partner alongside his initiatives and introduce additional opportunities inside the GFC that I've seen work in previous employers in the private sector around engagement and development, career paths, and addressing salary compression issues. To me, I believe those are key elements for retention and for continuing to attract and the best and brightest employees that we can attract. We appreciate the governor's proposed budget and we offer our full support for it, and we request your full support for his initiatives as well. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'll be glad to entertain any questions.
Thank you, Director, for being with us. We are bumping up on time, but I do have one question from Chair Lady Lynn Smith. Back to your left.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it not true that the more the state becomes urbanized and the denser population moves to very few centers in our state, that we could possibly not be aware of how important what you just told us is to the citizens of Georgia, the carbon that you can sequester from then on? So thank you for your leadership, and to those who are listening, we have a great state, but that's because we have trees. Thank you.
That is the end of the comments and the questions, Director. Thank you so much for being here. And again, we're just so glad we can provide you this opportunity on your one-year anniversary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
The next presenter we have online, it's a commissioner who's represented by a really, really good senator. That's Commissioner Mark Williams. Commissioner, are you there?
But thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members, for inviting me to speak here today. I'm Mark Williams, Commissioner of the Department of Natural Resources. And I want to begin, as other agency heads have, by thanking our great DNR employees for the great work they did up in the affected area this weekend in Northeast Georgia. Not only this weekend, they're still working there today, but our game management folks clearing roads, our game wardens providing security and pulling folks out of the ditch with their tow straps, and then our great parks for providing warming stations at our group shelters. And Mr. Chairman and committee members will be prepared to do that if so needed this weekend as well. Hopefully not. But the Department of Natural Resources can be found on pages 265 through 273 of the governor's budget report. We have a few primary changes in our AFY 22 budget I'd like to make you aware of. The first being the increased funds for a $5,000 pay increase for all full-time benefit eligible employees. The next, under the Department Administration section, we have $1,200,000 to replace 45 vehicles that have outlived their useful life. Third, under the Wildlife Resources Division, we have an addition of $871,210 for the Wildlife Endowment Trust Fund, and this is based on actual lifetime sportsman's license revenue. So that's some good news. We underestimated there. Moving along to the FY23 budget, Department of Natural Resources can be found on pages 268 through 273 of the governor's budget report. There you'll see us annualizing the $5,000 pay increase from AFY 22. Some other statewide changes, funding to allow eligible state employees to withdraw up to 40 hours of earned annual leave annually from their accrued leave balance. The employment retirement system changes to reflect cost of living adjustments, 401k match increases, and employer share of forfeited leave for retiring employees. And then under Department Administration, you'll see $10,550,000 has been added for capital maintenance and repairs that was originally included in our bond request. And this will go for campground renovations, just to name a few: Plowland Canyon, Indian Springs, A.H. Stevens, Elijah Clark, just to name a few of those. And then the Georgia Outdoor Stewardship Act, we had a great year of revenue collection, so there's an increase there of $8,598,032, and it was added to, there was just an increase in sales of outdoor and sporting goods. Roughly, if you'll remember, was about $20.7 million last year. And then under state parks and historical sites, you'll see an elimination of the $2,800,000 that were one-time funds. And then more good news under wildlife resources, we have $1,728,350 in state funds as Wildlife Endowment Trust Fund to increase funds to reflect the 2021 collections of lifetime sportsman's license fees. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I'd like to thank Governor Kemp and the legislature for taking swift action and allowing our state to be in the sound financial situation it is in today. These changes will allow for the first cost of living increase in 14 years and reward our deserving employees at DNR. This pandemic has pushed Georgians outside and highlighted the importance of our state's outdoor recreation opportunities. This past year, we again saw record visitation to our state parks and strong license and reservation sales, which we expect to continue. And I'd like to remind the chairman, both chairmen and the members of the committee that when all our neighbors closed, we stayed open. And I give the governor credit for making that call, but I really want to thank our outstanding employees. We kept every beach open. We kept every WMA open. We kept resident, non-resident hunting open. Our state park stayed open. Our boat ramps and our gun shooting ranges all stayed open, and we were the only one of our neighbors that did that. We recognized, as the governor did, that Georgians needed to get outside and recreate during this pandemic, and that's exactly what we did. So again, I'm extremely proud of how DNR pivoted in a lot of places, but performed during the pandemic. Thank you again, Chairman, for inviting me to speak, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. That's a 14-point buck if anybody's going to ask that.
I do have a text message from one of our members wondering where you shot that little bitty 1.5-year-old buck from. But anyway, I'll leave that alone.
What county? That was in Walton County. That deer was actually featured on the cover of a GON magazine at one time.
Well, now, you said it's from Walton County. He didn't drift south from Barrow County, did he?
Very likely, Chairman, very likely.
Commissioner, is that a buck named Rivian?
We love Rivian.
Thank you. We do. We got a few questions, Director Dunn. We're going to go to the questions first and then come back to you if that's okay. Chairwoman Smith.
Thank you. For my section of the room, our big question is, when did you acquire that football in front of you?
That was a present from my new son-in-law of about a month ago. That was my Christmas present. And I don't know when Mr. Alex Bradford got that from Coach Smart.
And Representative Petrie. Waves off. He must have been asking about that football as well. Oh, sorry. It was sorry, Chairman Knight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, thank you. And you were so correct during COVID. Georgia was one of the only states that kept our outdoors, our WMAs, and our other areas open, and thank goodness for that. I know we experienced increased volume out there of folks visiting not only our parks but our WMAs and utilizing the areas for hunting and fishing. I think it probably kept Georgia a little more sane than most other states because we did. But having said that, again, as we and hunters have always had the conservation efforts and the money, want to make sure we're managing those areas the best that we can be so that we can have more hunters, more fishermen enjoy Georgia's great outdoors and the wildlife that we have here. So one question I have is in Gosha, that was one of the purposes was, outdoor stewardship, conservation. Are we expecting to put more management into our WMA areas and our fishing areas so that, again, we can manage those so we can have more capacity and access for Georgia hunters and fishermen?
Great question, Chairman Knight. Yeah, we added, with GOSA last year, we were able to add 24,000 acres down in southeast Georgia and Camden County with the Ceylon WMA. And we also had some great private partners that added stewardship dollars in with that. And so that always helps, but we let our land decision, our land acquisition decisions be driven by wildlife resources. Ted Will is the best one to assess how many acres with current staffing that we can manage, because as you well know, getting the land's one thing, but managing it for the wildlife and the habitat, it takes staff and labor. And so we feel like we're in a good place. But again, I want to thank some of our private sector folks that have come in with stewardship dollars on some of these acquisitions. But even in this year's GOSA, the GOSA slate of projects the trustees have voted on it. It now goes to the DNR board. They'll be voting on it a week from this Friday, and then it'll come to the appropriations chairs. But there is land acquisition in that list.
And one additional question, Chairman, and again, Commissioner, you know, I spoke about this because we're very passionate. Both of us are passionate about the Georgia Great Outdoors, but I know part of the GOSA and part of, you know, my support for it, both during and after we passed it to, you know, put it on the constitutional amendment and get it passed, was also a portion of that was we could use that money to manage our existing, you know, acreage. And I guess that's the part where I'm going to is, you know, what is the layout and maybe what is going to be, if you could maybe get us a copy of what's going to be voted on before the board as far as what our expenditures are going to be this year, and make sure that we could use part of that to manage our existing resources, not necessarily acquiring new ones.
Absolutely. And I agree with you, and I'll get to get a list out probably Monday week. Our board will take it up a week from this Friday. And I didn't mean to say that GOSA cannot fund stewardship. I was just thinking we do have some private partners that put money in the deals too, specifically for stewardship. So great question.
Thank you. Thank you.
I believe, Commissioner, you have extinguished all the questions. Thank you again for coming and being a part of the presentation. We look forward to following up with you more in subcommittee reports.
Thank you.
Director Dunn.
Good afternoon, Chairman Tillery, Chairman England, members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for having me here this afternoon. And I'm fully aware of the time schedule. The programming ends at 4:20, so I'll be sure we meet that goal. I'm here to talk about the Environmental Protection Division budget. We administer 3 programs that are contained within the Department of Natural Resources budget. Those programs are Environmental Protection, Hazardous Waste Trust Fund, and the Solid Waste Trust Fund. For all 3 programs, the base budget is about $124 million in total funds, of which about $40 million, or about 32%, is appropriated state funds. I'll start off with the amended budget. In the governor's recommendation, you'll find our 3 programs on pages 266 and 267 in the governor's budget report. There are 3 items under the program Environmental Protection. Item 1 is the state funds portion of the $5,000 per employee pay increase, which is roughly $1.1 million. I know you've heard a lot about the importance of these funds to stem the turnover problems that many agencies are facing. We're no different. I know for the first 6 months of the fiscal year, we've had a turnover rate that approaches 23.5% if annualized. We've had 81 separations, and 85 of those separations are due to folks going to another job. Almost always, without fail, that other job is at a substantially higher pay rate. It's not uncommon to be 30, 40, 50% higher. So that is greatly needed. Item 2 is a true up of the budget authority for the water supply storage costs for Lake Lanier that was provided in amended fiscal year 19. Back in 2017, the Army Corps of Engineers approved the state of Georgia's request to reallocate storage in Lake Lanier for the region's municipal and industrial water supply needs. When the funds were appropriated in the amended fiscal year 19 budget, it was based upon the estimate that the cost for the state's reserve pool would be around $14 million. That contract between the state and the Corps was not actually executed until 2021. And once executed, the storage costs were revised up to around $16.5 million, and the annual operation and maintenance costs were slightly higher than anticipated. The budget line item you see in amended fiscal year 22, $2.787 million, is simply to align budget with actual cost. I do want to point out that as the storage in the state's reserve pool is allocated to water supply providers over the next 25 years, these state storage costs will be recouped and returned to Treasury. So this is just a somewhat temporary item. Item number 3 under Environmental Protection Division is our capital request, which is proposed to be funded in the cash budget. And that capital request, $687,500, is for the replacement of 25 trucks and SUVs in our fleet. Each of these vehicles have mileage well above 100,000 and are over 10 years old. So this is just a normal part of fleet management. And the remaining $733,000 is for 8 pieces of lab equipment for our lab out in Peachtree Corners. There are no changes in the amended fiscal year budget for the Hazardous Waste Trust Fund or the Solid Waste Trust Fund. In the big budget, our programs can be found on pages 268, 269, and 270 of the governor's budget report. I'll start off with the Environmental Protection Program, which has a number of changes. Items 1, 2, and 3 are all statewide changes related to the governor's recruitment and retention initiative that I talked about before. The first item annualizes the pay increase. The second item provides for state funds for early payout of accrued leave. And the third item are changes to the ERS employer contribution rate. Item number 4 is also a statewide change. It is an adjustment to agency payments to the statewide risk pool administered by DOAS. And again, this is a small change there based primarily upon claims experience. Item number 5 is related to the water storage contract with Army Corps for Lake Altoona. I know Commissioner Nunn discussed this in his presentation earlier. This is very similar to the Lanier contract that I just discussed for the amended fiscal year budget. We're just a few years later in the process. This August, the Corps of Engineers approved our request to reallocate additional storage in Lake Altoona to meet the additional water supply needs of Cartersville and Cobb Marietta water systems. In the DCA 1 Georgia budget for the amended fiscal year 22, that's on page 125 in the governor's budget, the governor provides funds for the anticipated costs of the state reserve pool of approximately $1.7 million. These storage costs are one-time costs. Once we pay off of the storage expense, that storage belongs to the state of Georgia and its water supply providers. There is $4,800, however, annualized in EPD's budget that you see here that represent annual O&M costs, operation and maintenance costs associated with the contract. And that's something we have to pay out every year. So it's going to be in the base budget. Moving down to the Hazardous Waste Trust Fund program, that item aligns the budget with fees collected from the 75 cent per ton tipping fee at landfills. You recall HB 511 from last session dedicated these fees to the Hazardous Waste Trust Fund. Last year, $7.6 million in tipping fees were collected. And the budget modification you see there, which is actually a reduction in $724,000 to the base, simply aligns the base budget with fiscal year 21 collections. And the final item in the Solid Waste Trust Fund program also aligns budget with fees collected with the $1 tire replacement fee. Again, the tire replacement fee was dedicated to the Solid Waste Trust Fund by HB 511 last session. Last year's collections were also $7.6 million, so the budget adds about $4.8 million to the existing $2.8 million base. Mr. Chairman, those are the changes for EPD proposed in the governor's budget, and I'd be more than happy to try to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you so much, Director. Let's see first, do we have any questions online? None online. Any questions in the audience? Looks like the room is clear, Director. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Good to be last.
Yes. Thank you also for your time today. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
We have reached the end of the agenda for today. you know, we start tomorrow morning again at 9 a.m. with Justice Namias and the Supreme Court, and we'll run through many of our court agencies, corrections, et cetera, and other public safety agencies again tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m. And we look forward to seeing you there. Chairman England, do you have any other wrap-up comments for today?
Just one housekeeping issue. All the presentations from today will be posted at the end of business of each day of these hearings on the House Budget and Research Office website. So if you missed something, want to go back and catch what somebody said again or something like that, they will be available there.
Thank you again for your time and attention. We'll see you tomorrow.